Yo, yo.
Man, that's a top 10 album.
Damn straight.
Yeah, he could have shut up and just let. Yeah, he really could have just shut up and let George Clinton just ride. That's all you need on that song.
Both of those are classics. The one by itself and the remix with Drake. Both are classics. Man, that's some real goddamn hip hop. Goddamn it.
Oh man, if you ever get to see on YouTube the video of Parliament doing that, would they bring the mothership down?
Oh yeah, I think, Nick, come on, man, stop. I've seen that before you, probably. I'm older than you.
Yeah, by like 2 years, man.
What you talking about? Let's see. That's dope though. Well, you know he was high the whole time, but that ain't the one you should be looking at. So you don't know about Ra's son, do you? I mean, Sun Ra. Anybody know about Sun Ra?
You mean from what? Brain Maggot?
No.
I mean Maggot Brain?
No. No one knows about Sun Ra. Sun Ra is who George Clinton was trying to be. He got everything that you see George Clinton was, he got it all from this guy named Sun Ra. So you guys need to go look up Sun Ra. Sun Ra was playing, he was all about he was talking about the dog star and different planets and all that way before George Clinton was. And that's where he got it from. And you should see him, like, he'll be on the roof and all his people playing, they'll be in like spacesuits looking like aliens and they playing this crazy ass music, nigga, that don't sound like it don't sound like that. This shit is insane. His name is Sun Ra. He is hilarious.
Okay.
He's a legend, man. He was like pretty much the cats who was doing all that funkadelic music in the 70s, they all got that stuff from him.
All right.
It was
even Bootsy Collins?
Yeah, even Bootsy Collins. All of them cats. Go look up Google Sun Ra right now. And then and see what that dude look like. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, let me share the screen. I may be able to show a quick picture. Let's do a new screen. See, Sun Ra.
Looking at him now.
Looking at it right now, see?
Yeah.
You gotta hear his music. This nigga's music is...
I can imagine.
This nigga's music is literally from different star planets. That's what he said. He was channeling music from different star planets.
And let it relax. Good job. We're going to switch off to the other side for these last 2 rounds. 5.
That's where George Clinton got it from. He was watching this dude. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, okay. So he's jazz-based. Okay, gotcha.
There it is, Sun Ra. Yeah, no. You say jazz bass?
Well, I went all the way back to 61.
It's like, wait a minute, this is it. This is the documentary. You guys should watch this documentary. It's pretty dope.
Planet Earth can't even be sufficient without the rain. It doesn't produce rain, though. Sunshine, it doesn't produce the sun. The wind, it doesn't produce the wind. All planet Earth produces is the dead bodies of humanity. That's its only creation. Everything else comes from outer space, from unknown regions. Humanity's life depends upon the unknown. Knowledge is laughable when attributed to a human being.
Mythology, astro, timeless immortality, astro thought, in mystic sound, astro black of outer space, astro natural, darkness dark, astro reach beyond the stars, out to endlessness, astro black cosmo earth. The universe is in my voice. The universe speaks through this song to those of earth and of the world. Listen while you have the chance. Find your place among the stars. Get in tune with outer worlds. Breathe out multiplicity, harmony, equational melody, horizon speed.
Now, the vibration they on, this is like the late 60s, mid 60s, late 60s. The vibration they're on, speaking frequency or outer space. First of all, we just went over this last week, how we are all extraterrestrial, according to the oldest doctrine that we can find on the matter, that we were created by these extraterrestrials. They're on that vibration. They're pulling it in. They're on that frequency. And the stuff they're speaking, nobody was nowhere near the level that they were talking about. That's why it sounded like they were saying, oh, it sounded, the music that they were on was sounding crazy and weird, but the frequency that they were on, the universe speaks through me. They was on some spiritual shit. So, like when you go through this documentary and you start to see it, you hear his music, it's gonna sound like offbeat, and he goes offbeat then back on beat, then but just really like kind of listen to it. This shit is crazy, and then you can see where George Clinton kind of got his shit from. George Clinton came in and said, "All right, I'm gonna take this dude's stuff and I'm gonna add a constant bass line, funk bass line to most of it." And then that's how you get George Clinton. See, it doesn't have a constant bass line. It may have a bass line in some places, it may not. It's whatever he's channeling. See, how he talks about music is how he channels music. That's why he says everything's from the universe. So when he's playing, he's pulling frequency from the universe and he's playing it. So then George Clinton, he came in and he was like, we can add a constant little funk bass line to this and add a rhythm to it and shit. And boom, he took that and he took it off. But no one knows about, so he basically took what he did, added a funk line and made it super famous, and nobody knows about Sun Ra. But Sun Ra was literally on the higher shit. I speak this shit out though. It's pretty dope ass documentary. Sun Ra. Now, when you see all his you see all his outfits and shit that he wearing, it's just hilarious. That dude was definitely not from this planet.
Yeah. Good looking out on that Outlaw King.
Oh yeah, you saw it, huh?
Yeah. Basically it's the second part of Braveheart.
Yeah, it is. It's Braveheart Part 2.
And it literally picks up pretty much where Braveheart left off.
Yep. Actually, right before, because Braveheart ain't even dead. William Wallace is not even dead yet when the movie starts. They kill him in the movie.
Yeah. You don't see him kill him, but you do see, I don't know if that was a leg appendage or arm.
That was his arm. They quarter,
Yeah.
they draw and quarter you. So draw and quarter is they drag you with a horse from wherever the hell you are to where they going. They drag your ass with a horse. So that's the drawing part. And drawn and then quartered. Basically, they have your ass ripped into 4 pieces. They cut you into 4 pieces or have you ripped into 4 pieces. So,
My only question is, what do they do with the torso?
who knows? They probably feed it. Who knows? They feed it to the dogs. It don't matter to the nigga who torso who getting ripped up. He don't give a shit.
This is true. This is very true.
Ask William Wallace if he give a damn where his torso was. He's like, nigga, where the rest of all of me, nigga. But that's how that shit. But in that movie though, you saw how they did that dude when they strung him up when he was hiding William the Bruce's his wife and that
his brother.
Yeah, and they took what he did to his brother. Oh, that was some cold shit.
Yeah, but I'm like, is it really that easy for a knife to go through flesh like that? I'm like, that's a little too easy.
But no, not back in the day. If you was Warren, you kept your knife sharp.
Well, this is true.
You kept your knife ready to battle, nigga. So, but dude, that was an ill ass scene. But he did it under what? The dragon banner. That nigga,
Yeah.
Let's raise the dragon. And he told his dad, he said his dad was asking, he said, well, how would you do it? How would you go after him? I would raise the dragon. And his dad looked at him like, oh, nigga, it may be some hope for you yet, little nigga. He was like, raise the dragon banner then, nigga. No quarters given, nigga. I'm like,
The only problem though, when he said raise the dragon banner, he said it like he really wasn't quite sure.
You talking about the son?
Yeah.
Well, he was saying what he wanted his dad to hear. That's all. He was talking how he wanted what he knew his dad wanted to hear. His dad is gangster like that. So he knew that would get him in good graces with his dad because his dad was a cold piece. His dad didn't give him Longshanks was no joke. So but we had got on the 500 nations at one point. We had stopped right here, right before they got to the the Aboriginals in Mexico, the Mexica. And so we want to play that and break that down because I'm really getting into your Aboriginal history and status because that's actually the most important thing that you guys understand right now, especially before the shit goes down. You should know where you stand before the shit goes down. So I did a live stream yesterday. I don't know if y'all saw that, but there was some stuff that that I read in there. And one of the documents we broke down, I think last week or the week before. And there was a couple of them, the indigenous rights documents that we didn't break down. So we got to go over that stuff so that you understand all the power that they've actually given you that no one's using. But this is the 500 nations though, the Mexica, or with these niggas think they're called Mexicans now, but it's the Mexica.
South of here, there's a desert. It's a forbidding barrier stretching hundreds of miles. On the other side of that desert is Mexico. Over thousands of years, skilled travelers managed to cross this barrier, but widespread contact was impossible, and so each side developed in their own unique way. In Mexico, millions of Indian people, 80% of the continent's population, created art and architecture that was unparalleled in its sheer size and physical ambition. They developed writing and astronomy. Their wars were waged between massive armies, even by contemporary standards. In this hour, we follow an epic story told through the actual words of those who took part in it, along with eyewitness illustrations of events that occurred almost 500 years ago. We take you to the present-day site of Mexico City, to the heart of the most powerful military empire in the continent's history, the Aztec.
Extended lies the city, lies Mexico, spreading circles of emerald light, radiating splendor like a quetzal plume. O author of life, your house is here. Your song is heard on earth. It spreads among the people. Behold, Mexico.
Now you do see these highly melanated people that they're showing as the Aboriginals. This is why I fuck with Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner, like, show that real shit.
Real swarthy.
By the Aztec calendar,
Look at that
it
dude.
was the year 1 Reed, and Moctezuma, emperor of the Aztec, was the most powerful man in the Americas. By many standards, the most...
Tell me that don't look like Goldie. Who seen the Mac?
Yeah, it does look like Goldie. A darker version of Goldie. Yeah.
That's Goldie. That's Goldie right there.
Put a foot on her ass. Wow.
The whole where you get the whole word to Mac. That's him right there.
Yeah.
Power Reed, and Moctezuma, emperor of the Aztec, was the most powerful man in the Americas. By many standards, the most powerful man in the world.
And they call him Montezuma. That's where they get Montezuma, but it's Moctezuma.
So that's where they get all the games from. Montezuma's Revenge and Montezuma's Treasure and all that.
Exactly. And you're gonna see in here they're gonna try to tell the story of how when the Spaniards came, and I want y'all to pay attention about the what happened and the aid that the Spaniards got from the indigenous. But also they're gonna try to say that Moctezuma, the ancient story was that they knew that their Caucasians were going to come or something like that, and that they thought the Caucasian people were gods, but that's not it. They knew they were warned. There was like some prophecy about when the white man come over here, they're gonna fuck you up. And so Moctezuma, he knew what was going on, but he knew that basically when he saw the white man, there was a prophecy. When the white man came, pale dude came, that probably your empire was coming to an end. That's the prophecy that he had. And so just be in mind, I just want you to be aware of that when they get to the prophecy of Moctezuma and how he had the prophecy of the pale man coming. And they always talk about the Quetzalcoatl was the pale dude. No, that's not it.
From his capital, Tenochtitlan, Moctezuma ruled over 10 million subjects. For almost 90 years, his people had built an empire with their armies and become rich from the tribute of defeated states.
So I'm gonna say this one more time. I fuck with Kevin Costner. Why? Because you have these depictions out there. Scholars have not been using this. He didn't draw this. This is shit that's been in these museums forever. That's been chilling there. In these books, in these museums, in these universities. It's just been there. But the ones that they choose to show your ass is these these super light ass, you know what I'm saying, non-melanated damn natives or aboriginals. Natives really, because they're not aboriginal. We're the aboriginals. So I just wanted to show you because they chose, Kevin Costner could have chose to show you that shit too, but he didn't. He said, nah, the motherfuckers indigenous to this land, aboriginal to this land, are dark-skinned motherfuckers. But they're actually all colors, but they were predominantly dark-skinned. And so they know that too. This is what I'm trying to, the Native Americans know that too. Nowadays, in today's culture, in this whole racial society, now you got more of the newer, excuse me, the newer Native Americans, quote unquote Native Americans. They're pushing back against brothers calling themselves Native American or the true Aboriginals. So it's kind of a small war going on between that. But most of the true ancestors, the elders in these societies, in these tribes, and not really tribes, but in these nations, they know who their ancestry is. They know they weren't the first people here. Like the Hopi, they tell about their shit. They go all the way back to they're not the originators on this land. So just wanted to just show you that and how they're actually showing you dark-skinned people when they depict these Aboriginals.
From the tribute of defeated states, over 10 million subjects. For almost 90 years, his people had built an empire with their armies and become rich from the tribute of defeated states. But Motekuzoma was troubled. Prophetic nightmares disturbed his sleep, and he had been reading ominous signs.
Again, they're breaking off so much, I'm gonna have to stop it a lot. What did he just say? They had become rich off of tribute of defeated states. Right? Where does the word tribe come from?
Tribute.
That's how you get the word tribe. When you became a sub-state of one of them back in the day, that's what made you became a tributary. That's when you became a tribe. And it's very important to understand that that's going to play up. That's going to play a big part coming towards the end. All the defeated states that he made tributaries to.
Sleep. Motekuzoma was troubled. Prophetic nightmares disturbed his sleep, and he had been reading ominous signs. A huge tongue of fire burning in the night sky to the east. A major temple mysteriously destroyed by fire. A comet blazing across the daytime sky. Signs and dreams were vital to the Aztec. They guided decisions of state.
Motekuzoma thought, as Nahuatl do in our villages today, that when important things happen, you will dream of it. They too saw things, perhaps in the night sky, a shooting star. Motekuzoma and others at the time would have thought, I have seen it.
Motekuzoma could feel disaster approaching, but he did not know what threatened his empire. He did know that nations lived in cycles, like all things in nature. Growth and fullness were followed by fall. The cycles of nations had been played out many times in the Valley of Mexico. Ruins of ancient cultures were scattered across the region. Motekuzoma had only to look 20 miles to the east to the ruins of a long abandoned city, so magnificent the Aztec called it the home of the gods. In the cycle of nations, even the home of the gods had fallen.
Hold up. Let's go back one more time.
Motekuzoma had only to look 20 miles to the east to the ruins of a long abandoned city, so magnificent the Aztec called it the home of the gods.
A long abandoned city before this nigga even got there. Before this nigga even got there, this shit was already cracked. This shit was already niggas spider cobwebs. Already was there.
In the cycle of nations, even the home of the gods had fallen. "900 years before Motekuzoma, workers had come from throughout Mexico to build Teotihuacan. city, among the grandest in the world, was a monumental work of art.
So really quick, who knows their history? As in 650 AD, what was going on the other side of the Atlantic?
The Crusades, right?
As the Moors, no, not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Crusades didn't happen until another 400 years after this. What was going on in 650 on the other side of the Atlantic that was concurrent with this, that was contemporary with this? So this is the Moors on this side building great motherfucking cities and doing their damn thing. What was going on the other side over there in 650?
When we was in Europe,
They were building the same things.
They was invading Spain.
Nope. Spain didn't get in. What's the year they invaded Spain?
7 something, wasn't it?
You don't know that, man?
7-11.
Thank you, man. That's what the hell are y'all in his class for? If you don't know that, that should be one of the very first things you know. Is when the Moors invaded Spain. Especially if you're dealing with this information. But what happened in 650? Even before 650, maybe a few years before 650, what happened? This is major. So it actually was around the same time when this was, actually they were going on literally at the same time, but it was maybe, what I'm talking about maybe happened about 20 or 30 years before this, but it's really pretty much the same, around contemporary at the same time. So what happened across in the Atlantic? This is major history that we've been covering for what? This is the 30th class now?
Wasn't the I think it was the Roman Empire was
What happened in 632? What's the biggest thing that happened in 632 involving your people? I'm just gonna say one thing. If a man wants to be called Muhammad Ali, goddammit, this is a free country. You should respect his wishes and call the man Muhammad Ali.
Is Mama calling Cassius? I'm gonna call him Cassius.
Mama named Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
Close enough.
No, it ain't.
I was in the ballpark.
Muhammad, Islam. Muhammad started his smash in Islam in 632. This is history y'all should know. This is major. So 632 AD, Muhammad put the monkey mash down. He rolls out and starts smashing on this with Islam, but it wasn't really Islam. He was creating a trade. He was creating trade routes. And in instituting those trade routes, he would be putting down Islam along the way. But as I'm showing you, at the contemporary, at the same time, when nothing was supposed to be going on over here, you got Muhammad over there doing that, and these niggas building Teotihuacan over here, building this great shit. We were smashing with the knowledge at the same time on both sides of the planet. I was gonna go back to that.
900 years before Moctezuma, workers had come from throughout Mexico to build Teotihuacan. The city, among the grandest in the world, was a monumental work of art. Its largest building, the Pyramid of the Sun, had a base the size of the biggest pyramid in Egypt. Teotihuacan's military might controlled central Mexico for centuries.
When I first saw this place, Teotihuacan, and the pyramids, I thought, this is truly beautiful, that which our grandfathers, our fathers before have done. And I thought when I looked at it again, it is like having your father that died, or your brother that died, and meeting them again here. You remember them, and you see their greatness when you contemplate what they left behind.
With all its power, Teotihuacan was still trapped in the cycle of nations. In one of history's great unsolved mysteries, the city was systematically burned and abandoned at its height.
Cycle of nations. So I just want to say, they're building pyramids equal and actually bigger in its base form than in Kemet at this time. The same time where the Moors are using their science, are using higher science to put the mash down around the world. Literally, they're the same people. Again, his name was Motec. When you get back into, and that's more early on, later on in the day, and later on down the line. But homeboy's name was Motec Azuma. You'll start to learn any names when you see Mo. That deals with Moors. That's the same thing as in the ancient and modern Britons, the Mick, and all of that. Mo is also Moors. Like when you deal with in the tales of the stories of the people who know magic, like in what was it in what's that story? I think it's King Arthur. I think it's King. Is it King Arthur? No, Excalibur. So in Excalibur, the evil witch, her name is like Morgana. No, is it Excalibur? I think it's either Excalibur or Arthur, but one of them, no, Excalibur. So there was a story called Excalibur, but in the story, there's one of the evil witches. Her name is Morgana, and Saint Moor. Or there's a new story that comes on MTV called the Shannara. What is it? Shannara Adventures or something like that. Shannara, it may just be just Shannara. But the evil dude in that is called the Dagda-Moor, and he's from the place he's from is called Moor something too. So anytime, so that they understand that name M.O., and you'll see a lot of people throughout history with that name that signified the lineage of Moors.
With the dissolving of the empire, central Mexico turned to chaos, with small rival kingdoms locked in a struggle for power and survival. Elite warriors fought for kings on the field of honor, like knights in medieval Europe. It was a world of royal bloodlines, betrayal, and revenge. In central Mexico, the small kingdoms would struggle for 200 years before the cycle would turn again, and they would begin to unify under the leadership of the Toltec people from the city-state of Tolan. Over 500 years before the rise of the Aztec, the Toltec redefined leadership in central Mexico, enforcing power not through military might, but through the moral force of their teachings. They coordinated trade between states and arbitrated disputes, all within the framework of their religion. Their capital functioned like Wall Street, the Vatican, and the Supreme Court combined. It was also here in Tolam that a priest who held the name of the god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, would be exiled, eventually sailing into the Gulf of Mexico, vowing to return in another time as a savior for the people. After less than 2 centuries, Tolam, like Teotihuacan before it, was violently destroyed. But while the city burned, the sophisticated Toltec leadership escaped, many of the elite families moving to the Valley of Mexico.
Now, this is when the Crusades were going on. This is contemporary with the Crusades, literally exactly at this time. I think actually right around at this time.
For 150 years, in the shadows of the ruins of Teotihuacan, the Toltec established control over the city-states of the valley. Their influence was so great that their bloodlines became the benchmark of nobility throughout the region. During the same time, a nomadic tribe far to the west was in the midst of an epic search for a homeland. They were the Mexica, Motecuzoma's ancestors.
Behold, a new sun is risen, a new God is born, new laws are written, and new men are made.
Around 1300, after nearly 2 centuries of wandering, the Mexica people came to the Valley of Mexico, a valley long dominated by the Toltec. The Mexica, with no Toltec blood, were seen by the refined city-states as violent barbarians, a threat to the stability of the valley.
Look at that, brother. I know y'all saw that.
A threat to the stability.
Look at this fool. That fool is purple black. Purple violet.
The valley. The local states attacked the nomad nation, killing many and driving the survivors to a rocky area covered with cactus and infested with snakes. The exile was meant to destroy them, but the Mexica were used to adversity. They flourished. Soon their resilience and skills in warfare impressed their sophisticated neighbors. They began to sell their services as mercenaries, and within a generation, the Mexica were accepted as part of the social and political fabric of the lush mountain valley. In 1325, they asked the neighboring lord of Colhuacan to send his daughter to become the wife of a Mexica ruler.
Oh, hell no. Hold up.
Neighboring lord of Colhuacan to send his daughter.
Look at that nigga. Look at that nigga right there. Nigga like Rick James.
To become the wife of a Mexica ruler. Flattered and seeing the opportunity for unity, the lord of Colhuacan complied. Days later, when he and the other lords of the valley went to the Mexica town to honor the new princess, instead of seeing his young child emerge, a priest appeared, dressed in her skin. Horrified, the lord of Colhuacan called for revenge.
Here, come here, my vassals from Colhuacan. Come avenge the hideous crime committed by these Mexica. Let them die. Destroy them, such depraved men of evil. My vassals, we shall finish them off and leave no trace or memory of them.
Colhuacan and its allies attacked the Mexica, driving those they did not kill into a lake in the center of the valley. Almost annihilated, the Mexica again proved resilient. As they gathered on a swampy island in the lake, they saw an eagle perch on a cactus. The prophetic sign they were told they would see when they reached the end of their long search for a homeland. The place that would be called Tenochtitlan.
Now we have found the land promised to us. We have found peace for the weary Mexican people. Now we want for nothing. Be comforted, children, brothers and sisters, because we have obtained the promise of our God.
For 100 years, the people of Tenochtitlan built up the island through great sacrifice. They reclaimed land from the swampy lake and erected stone temples, public buildings. Causeways of hewn stone were constructed to the north, south, and west. An aqueduct was built to bring in fresh water from a mainland spring 3 miles away. Canals were dug throughout the island to transport goods and people. They gained trade wealth and again hired themselves out as mercenary soldiers for the powerful city-states of the valley. Marriages were arranged that finally brought them honored Toltec bloodlines. Tenochtitlan was a city on the rise. The cycle of power was turning toward the Mexica, and when war again broke out in the valley, the Mexica and their allies prevailed. In victory, they called themselves the Aztec, after the Mexica place of origin, Aztlan, land of the herons.
Sorry.
Mexica and their allies prevailed. And the cycle of power was turning toward the Mexica. And when war again broke out in the valley, the Mexica and their allies prevailed. In victory, they called themselves the Aztec, after the Mexica place of origin, Aztlan, land of the herons. From this point, Aztec prophecy foretold a glorious future.
The might of our powerful arms and the spirit of our hearts shall be felt. With them we will conquer all nations near and far, rule over all villages and cities from sea to sea, become lords of gold and silver, jewels and precious stones, feathers and tributes. And we shall become lords over them and their lands, and over their sons and their daughters, who will serve us as our subjects.
For over 80 years, the Aztec launched far-reaching campaigns of conquest, expanding their domain from Gulf to Pacific. They fought epic battles with city-states throughout the region. Most were conquered and turned into tributaries, forced to supply slave laborers for Aztec
I know y'all looking at that. Most were conquered, made tributaries. Who is the slave?
They fought epic battles with city-states throughout the region.
Look at this shit again.
Most were conquered and turned into tributaries, forced to supply slave laborers for Aztec public works and pay high taxes and goods. Aztec scribes recorded the taxes of many states. Bolts of fine cloth, discs of hammered gold, exotic plants and feathers, precious stones, feathered military uniforms. Built on the backs of the tributary states, the island capital of the Aztec grew into one of the wonders of the world.
When I first opened my eyes in this world, I was born of this heritage. I have seen the beautiful festivals we have in our villages, our dances, and it would have been like that there. They had many festivals in this place, with many beautiful dancers, wearing many brilliant colors. I think it was even more beautiful then, much more beautiful when our grandfathers lived there and followed their ways.
The two-story houses of the elite were adorned with beautiful gardens. Royal aviaries housed thousands of rare birds, and storehouses swelled with the wealth of empire.
All of this stuff looks just like when you go to Kemet. When like Kemet, the hieroglyphics all on the wall, the pillars, all of that stuff is Kemetan. Same culture, same people, pyramids, everything. Same fucking people.
The city was cleaned daily by thousands of sweepers, its refuse collected and shipped away on barges. The central markets thronged with professional traders whose travels took them to far distant locations. Men who spoke many languages and often carried with them news of the world. The center of Tenochtitlan was dominated by the Great Temple, its twin pyramids representing deities who embodied the conflict at the heart of Aztec society, the eternal struggle between life and death, fertility and war. Their private rituals, which on special occasions included the sacrifice of human prisoners, incorporated this duality. Life required death to exist, and death required life. Tenochtitlan became a city of hundreds of thousands, a bustling metropolis ruled by the Aztec emperor from the grand imperial palace. But in the year 1 Reed, the Christian year 1519, Moctezuma could feel a shadow across his empire, and he could not forget that the prophecy of Aztec greatness had a dark side, a prophecy long held in their oral tradition.
I shall make war against all provinces and cities, towns and settlements, and make all of them my subjects, my servants. But just as I will subjugate them, so too will they be snatched from me and turned against me by strangers who will drive me out of this land.
Ever since their years as a wandering tribe, the Aztec believed their destiny was to rule the world. Now, at the height of empire, Moctezuma listened to his dreams and saw the signs. They foretold disaster. Then word came of strange happenings in the east, boats and men landing on the Mexican coast. Men unlike any they had encountered before, their bodies sheathed in metal. Moctezuma sent scouts to the coast to find out more about the new arrivals.
They were very white. Their eyes were like chalk. Their hair, on some it was yellow and on some it was black. They wore long beards. They were yellow too.
The strangers had landed on the Gulf Coast. That was also disturbing information. Centuries earlier, the banished priest from the cult of the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, had left Mexico from the same coast, promising one day to return. Another prophecy that threatened Motecuzoma.
If he comes in the year one reed, he strikes at kings.
It was now the Aztec year one reed. Whether Motecuzoma believed the prophecy or not was of little importance. He knew that many subjugated people throughout the empire embraced the story of the feathered serpent and awaited his return.
For it was in their hearts that he would come to land to reclaim his kingdom.
Whoever these invaders were, whether they represented Quetzalcoatl or a foreign power, Motecuzoma could feel the threat to his empire. And his fears were justified. Spanish conquistador Hernando Cortés had landed in Mexico.
It was said that first he dreamt that Quetzalcoatl would return. After that, when he saw Hernan Cortés and the others, he thought, he has come. Quetzalcoatl has come. Only he was wrong. Another had come, someone with evil intentions, because Cortés did not come with religious faith or to do good things. He came to commit terrible crimes against the Mexica.
As a diplomatic gesture, Motecuzoma sent emissaries carrying the costume of Quetzalcoatl, which they presented to Cortés aboard his ship. Cortés responded with a display of force. He ordered the Aztec delegation shackled and forced to watch as his men fired a Lombard cannon in a thunderous hail of fire and smoke, blowing apart a tree on shore. The astonished emissaries were released, and they raced back to Tenochtitlan. Motecuzoma received the news with alarm. Spanish weapons and armor were formidable, and it would be only a matter of time before tributary states chafing under the yoke of Aztec oppression would join the conquistador. They would lead him to the wealth that lay at the center of the empire, to the one thing Spanish conquistadors craved above all else.
We Spanish suffer from a disease of the heart, which only gold can cure.
Cortés ordered his 450-man army inland. When some of his men resisted, he sank his ships. There would be no turning back.
You see what he said? He only had 450 niggas. But it's how many hundreds of thousands, millions in there? So how did he do it? They just said it. They got some of the tributary states that Motecuzoma had been putting the monkey smackdown on for the rest of it for all that damn time. They're like, you know what? Fuck that nigga. That's basically it. Fuck Motec, nigga. Hell yeah, nigga. Give my word. What you need me to do, nigga? That's all that was. And so basically, it was Motec's karma coming back on him. You don't get to just do shit in the universe without it coming back. I'm just gonna smack the shit out of people and cut people up, kill babies, kill families, subjugate niggas, take your shit, and everything gonna be cool. Nah, nigga. The universe said, you know what? Take this white man up your ass, nigga. That's how that went down. And the same thing with these Caucasian people. Caucasian people around the world, they basically tried to wipe out the Aboriginal original man from the earth. Literally everywhere you go, artifacts, all you see is faces shaved off, noses blasted off, or the artifact completely destroyed or broken up. They literally tried to wipe your memory out of existence. Now what's happening to them? They're gonna be dead in 300 years. They're gonna be extinct in 300 years. That's how the universe handles shit. Oh yeah, you wanna wipe out motherfuckers, nigga? All right then. You ain't gonna be no more ever. Nigga, how about that? So that's what Motec, that's a piece of what Motec caught. That karma right up in his ass.
The army moved relentlessly toward the Valley of Mexico. As Motecuzoma had anticipated, Cortez formed alliances along the way with rebellious city-states. One tributary leader spoke for the fears of many.
Moctezuma and the Mexica have given us much pain. They have imposed a tribute upon us. They have become our rulers. If the Spaniards should abandon us in haste, if they should go, so perverse are the Mexica that they will kill us.
While many nations lived in fear of the Aztec, one city-state less than 50 miles east of Tenochtitlan had never fallen to the empire. Tlaxcala. There, Cortez forged his key alliance. 6,000 Tlaxcalan troops joined the Spaniards. As reports reached the Aztec capital, some of Motecuzoma's advisors argued for a decisive military campaign. But Moctezuma held his armies in check, unwilling to leave the capital unprotected or risk setting off a general rebellion. Stalling for time, he sent emissaries to protest Cortez's advance, and even had a wall of trees planted across the road to disguise the route to Tenochtitlan. Paralyzed with doubt, the emperor was fast becoming only a player in a prophecy being fulfilled.
And he must have thought, these men, why have they come? What do they want? Maybe we can attack and kill some of them, but not all of them. For that reason, some did not want to fight. They had seen that if they shot arrows at them, they did not fall. They made a clanging sound as they bounced off their armor. Even if they fired at the horses, they did not die, because the horses had armor.
Cortez and the Tlaxcalan army turned first to a city-state that remained loyal to the Aztec emperor, Cholula. Eyewitness accounts were recorded.
And there arose from the Spaniards a cry, summoning all the noblemen, lords, war leaders, warriors, and common folk. When they had crowded into the temple courtyard, then the Spaniards and their allies blocked the entrances and every exit. There followed a butchery of stabbing, beating, killing of the unsuspecting Cholulans, armed with no bows and arrows, protected by no shields. With no warning, they were treacherously, deceitfully slain.
6,000 Cholulan citizens lay dead in the streets. Tenochtitlan received the news of the massacre in shock. An Aztec eyewitness later recalled.
The city rose in tumult, alarmed, as if by an earthquake, as if there were a constant reeling of the face of the earth.
Moctecuzoma's worst nightmare was about to reveal itself.
Do the former rulers know what is happening in their absence? Oh, that any of them might see, might wonder at what has befallen me, at what I am seeing now that they have gone. For I cannot be dreaming.
Proudly stands the city of Mexico, Tenochtitlan. Here no one fears to die in war. Keep this in mind, O princes. Who could attack Tenochtitlan? Who could shake the foundations of heaven?
On November 8th, 1519, in the Aztec year 1 Reed, Hernando Cortez arrived at the gates to the imperial city of the Aztec Empire.
Those look, dude, that looks just like ancient Kemet depictions on the walls of what they said when you look at the the old drawings and the paintings and the renderings, it looks just like that. Exact same culture.
Tenochtitlan. An Aztec eyewitness later recalled.
Mexico lay stunned, silent. None went out of doors. Mothers kept their children in. The roads were deserted, as if it were early morning.
Moctezuma walked out onto the Grand Causeway. Coming face to face with Cortez, the emperor offered his hospitality, leading the Spaniards through the city gates to his imperial palace. The people of Tenochtitlan watched, and their words were remembered.
The iron of their lances glistened from afar. The shimmer of their swords was as of a sinuous watercourse. Their iron breast and back pieces, their helmets, clanked. Some came completely encased in iron, as if turned to iron. And ahead of them ran their dogs, panting, with foam continually dripping from their muzzles.
The Spanish soldiers were themselves struck with awe.
We were astounded. The majestic towers and houses, all of massive stone and rising out of the waters, were like enchanted castles we had read of in books. Indeed, some of our men even asked if what we saw was not a dream.
Even Cortez was amazed.
Considering that these people are barbarous, lacking the knowledge of God and cut off from all civilized nations, it is truly remarkable to see what they have achieved.
Once they reached the palace, Motecuzuma's diplomatic plans were shattered. Cortez turned on his host, seizing the emperor hostage.
But now, my warriors, we have come to the end. We have taken our medicine. Is there anywhere a mountain we can run away to and climb?
Moctezuma was forced to lead Cortez to the treasury.
Motecuzuma's own property was then brought out. Precious things like necklaces with pendants, armbands tufted with quetzal feathers, golden armbands, bracelets, golden anklets with shells, turquoise diadems, turquoise nose rods, no end of treasure. They took all, seized everything for themselves, as if it were theirs.
Cortez wrote to the King of Spain.
Your Highness, there is so much to describe that I do not know how to begin even to recount some part of it. Moctezuma has all the things to be found under the heavens, fashioned in gold and silver.
The Spaniards melted the beautifully crafted gold into blocks. For 5 months, holding Moctezuma prisoner in his own palace, they lived in splendor and pillaged the city from within.
They thought, this isn't Quetzalcoatl. This isn't a god. They said, look at them, how they eat just as we do. Look at them, they go about just as we. When they saw him, they knew he wasn't really Quetzalcoatl. They said among themselves to their people, look, brothers, this isn't a god. Our gods do good things, and this one, he wants to destroy us.
Among the Aztec people, a resistance began to organize under the direction of Motecuzuma's brother, Cuitlahuac. In an effort to cripple the movement, the Spaniards attacked a large, unarmed religious gathering in April of 1520. One man who saved his life by playing dead later recounted the scene.
They charged the crowd with their iron lances and hacked us with their iron swords. They slashed the backs of some, They hacked at the shoulders of others, splitting their bodies open. The blood of the young warriors ran like water. It gathered in pools. And the Spaniards began to hunt them out of the administrative buildings, dragging and killing anyone they could find, even starting to take those buildings to pieces as they searched.
The Aztec counterattacked, forcing the conquistadors to retreat behind the walls of the great palace. The Spaniards then brought Moctezuma out in chains before his people to order them to stop fighting. But the emperor could not bring himself to speak. He stood by while another hostage delivered his message.
Mexicans, men of Tenochtitlan, your ruler, the Lord of Men, Moctezuma, implores you. He says, listen, Mexicans, we are not equal to the Spaniards. Abandon the battle. Still your arrows. Hold back your shields. Otherwise, women of the people, of babes in arms, of the toddlers, of the infants crawling on the ground or still in the cradle.
But the Aztec were not a people to be subjugated. They reformed their government and elected Motecuzuma's brother, Cuitlahuac, as the 10th emperor.
First off, this is hilarious. So you see how these motherfuckers weren't some type of religious follower, nigga. You are the end all be all, our connection to God type of bullshit. No, nigga, you just hold a position in office, nigga. You don't come out here, nigga, and kiss ass and suck dick, nigga, and tell and say, nigga, throw your fucking arms down, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Hey, he ain't the chief no more. They just turned around and said,
Just
hey,
like today.
huh?
Just like it is today.
Yep. Hey, this nigga ain't the chief no more. Hey, what we gonna do now? That's what they did with that nigga. Yeah, he done gave up. This nigga, fuck this nigga. We ain't dealing with him no more. So we're gonna reorganize. We're gonna do this shit. Word. Now, I want you to see something. How the contemporary, when we're talking about the time that was going on, 1560, whatever. Or the 1500s. At that same time, they're talking about the Spaniards. The Moors in 1492 had just handed over power. Now they're over here and they find more Moors. That's really what's going on right now. They're fighting the Moors again. They're fighting these Moors over here, but they got Moors to help them. Excuse me. So I want you to look. So now, I want you to look at this flag. Let me go back a little bit.
Aztec were not a people to be subjugated. They reformed their government and elected Motecuzuma's brother, Cuitlahuac, as the 10th emperor. Under his direction, the Aztec...
Now look at their flag.
As the 10th emperor. Under his direction.
Does anybody know that flag? Anywhere else?
In Europe?
What is that a flag of in Europe?
I've seen it in Europe. It looks like I'm guessing
a crest, ain't it?
Huh?
That's a crest, ain't it?
So y'all.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's still on the dollar.
See that right there? No, this.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, masonry.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Right there. Same goddamn thing. Now. Let me see if I can.
So is that supposed to be a dragon? Or
so Phoenix.
Gotcha.
So again, depending on which one you got, the whole depiction is really supposed to represent, it's either the dragon or the phoenix, depending on which one you get. But usually when you see this right here, this little left cleft or this little shag or whatever the hell this is on the bird right here in the back, that usually depicts a phoenix. But look though, we got the same. Look at this. Look at this symbolism. And these are the Aztecs. These are the Aboriginals with this flag. And look, and this is a Masonic flag. Same shit going on right now. Now, if these two cultures had never been introduced, why the hell they got this flag? Dude, same motherfucker.
The Aztec continued the siege of the palace.
Look at that.
After 30 days, Moctezuma was killed. The Aztec accused the Spaniards of strangling him and hurling his body from the top of the palace. The Spaniards claimed he was stoned to death by his own people. One of the most powerful men on earth had fallen, trapped in a play of destiny. Prophecy had become reality. Days later, the Spaniards, trapped in the palace without food or water, attempted to escape under cover of darkness. Aztec witnesses recounted the events.
That night at midnight, the enemy came out, crowded together. The Spaniards in the lead, Tlaxcalans following, screened by a fine drizzle, a fine sprinkle of rain. They were able, undetected, to cross the canals. Just as they were crossing the canal, a woman drawing water saw them. Mexicas, come all of you. They're already leaving. They're already secretly getting out. Then a watcher at the top of a temple also shouted, and his cries pervaded the entire cities. Brave warriors, Mexicas, your enemy already leaves. Hurry with the shield boats and along the road.
As the Spaniards moved out onto one of the main causeways over the lake, canoe after canoe full of Aztec soldiers under Cuitlahuac's direction showered them with spears and arrows. Many.
And I want you guys to see do you see the crescents on their shields? What is that? Who used crescents?
Muslim.
Huh?
Muslims.
Yep. that crescent was a representative of Islam, especially in that time. So again, same symbolisms all over the place. They want you to believe that these separate people. But you can see the symbolism, the architecture, the culture, all of it is the same.
Weighted down with gold stolen from the palace, fell into the water and drowned, carried to the bottom by the weight.
The canal was filled, crammed with them. Those who came along behind walked on corpses. It was as if a mountain of men had been laid down. They had pressed against one another, smothered one another.
They smacked the shit out of them goddamn. They was like, "Oh, you thought it was gonna be like you thought it was, huh? Nah. Y'all got Moctezuma. Y'all come. We're gonna kill Motec if y'all don't let us out. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Kill that nigga then. You ain't taking nothing over, nigga. Bring your bitch ass out this goddamn house, nigga. You gonna get hungry in a minute, bitch." Bring your ass on out here. As soon as you did, nigga, salam alaikum, bitches.
Kill him. That's your ass, Mr. Postman.
That's your ass, Mr. Postman. Hey, nigga, I'm fucking with the Moshikas. They was like, yeah, oh, you thought it was gonna be like you was gonna raid us and kill all the niggas up in here? Nah, all y'all niggas dead. All of y'all. You understand me? Every one of you niggas is dead, bitch.
Quarters of the Spanish army never reached the outskirts of Tenochtitlan.
One another.
3/4 of the Spanish army never reached the outskirts of Tenochtitlan. Cortez and the rest of the survivors escaped into the countryside. For a moment, the great city was free.
And when the Spaniards thus disappeared, we thought they had gone for good, never more to return. Once again, the temples could be swept out, the dirt removed, they could be adorned, ornamented.
But the fleeing Spaniards left behind another enemy. An Aztec survivor remembered.
At about the time that the Spaniards had fled from the city, there came a great sickness, a pestilence, the smallpox. It spread over the people with great destruction of men. It caused great misery. The brave Mexica warriors were indeed weakened by it.
Even the new emperor died of the disease.
It was after all this had happened, the Spaniards came back.
Cortez and his men had healed their wounds and rebuilt their army. New alliances were made. The Spaniards and 75,000 Tlaxcalan and allied Indian soldiers set siege to Tenochtitlan. The entire population rose to defend their city. Aztec witnesses would remember the struggle.
Fighting continued. Both sides took captives. On both sides, there were deaths. Great became the suffering of the common folk. There was hunger. Many died of famine. There was no more good, pure water to drink. Many died of it. The people ate anything. Lizards, barn swallows, corn leaves, salt grass. Never had such suffering been seen. The enemy pressed about us like a wall. They herded us. The brave warriors were still hopelessly resisting.
After 2.5 long months, the Spaniards, with their overwhelming numbers, brought Tenochtitlan to its knees.
Finally, the battle just quietly ended. Silence reigned. Nothing happened. All was quiet and nothing more took place. Night fell, and the next day nothing happened either. No one spoke aloud. The people were crushed.
Great was the stench of the dead. Your grandfathers died, and with them died the son of the king and his brothers and kinsmen. So it was that we became orphans, oh my sons. So we became when we were young. All of us were thus. We were born to die.
Tenochtitlan was leveled. The magnificent gardens, the marvel of their world, were destroyed. The rivers and canals that so amazed the Spaniards were filled in. Then Cortez set fire to the aviaries. Thousands of birds, vermilion flycatchers, iridescent hummingbirds, scarlet tanagers, green and blue macaws. The beauty that was Mexico was turned to ashes.
cultura mexica se quitó.
Some say the Mexica came to an end. It's gone, finished. We're still here. We, the people who ignorant outsiders insult by calling us Indians. We are here. This culture was not finished off. The culture is gone as an empire, as a social, political, religious structure. But what remains is what the people have. We weren't finished off.
So we're gonna stop it right here. Whose fault is it that you lost your land?
Us.
How so?
Well, it was I didn't know this because I was always wondering how in America we got to this this situation, but it sounds just like what happened to the Moors in Europe and everywhere else, because it was our own karma. We had slavery going on, we had smacking niggas up going on, we were fighting each other, and I guess that was the universe's way of sending us a message.
Much more of a yeah, you're right. All of those things are absolutely correct. I mean, much more of a direct way. Why? Or how were you responsible for you losing your land?
I guess to sum it up, we can just say we were fighting each other.
Yeah, dumbass motherfuckers. You tired of the Moshikas? All right, well, fuck it. What you gonna give us? All they gave them was some blankets and trinkets and shit. And them niggas turned on their own people. And then all of them lost the land. See, this is the fuck.
Like it is now.
Huh?
I said like it is now.
Yeah, like it is now. But all of
you offer niggas $5, they turn on you.
Every single one of them lost their land. So they thought they were gonna get from under the thumb of the Mashika, not knowing this nigga was a way worse devil.
So that's where you get the phrase, it's better to deal with the devil you know.
Yep. Because they come in thinking, all right, nigga, the grass is greener. We don't really know these niggas.
These sponsors of the week. We'll start with them.
They come in, the grass is greener. You know, maybe we can, we know Mashika and them. See, Motec with them was taking, when you're talking about those Aztecian sacrifices and stuff like that, who you think they were jacking up? Who you think they were sacrificing?
They saw slaves and war captives, right?
You saw the top of those temples, and the blood was running down the stairs. They wasn't killing them. They wasn't killing their own. they was putting the war prisoners up there. But that was a later breakdown of what was really going on. See, the Aztecs came hundreds and hundreds of years later after the Mayans. See, at least 1,000 years. So the Mayans when the Mayans were doing it, the sacrifice was more so it dealt with the alignment of the planetary alignment, and people were happy to give themselves up for a sacrifice because they believed it was about rebirth. The alignment was about rebirth. But then when you got to Motec, when you get into Motec's time, these niggas just killing people up just because they're sacrificing now. They believe in now the sacrifice brings about good fortune for the nation, and they just sacrificing people. And when they in the tribes or their tributaries, that's who they were taking up and putting on top of them altars. So man, all that karma got to be repaid. It has to be repaid. No matter what you do, you cannot run from karma. The same thing these Caucasian people are about to find out right now in the world. See, they're babies, they're embryos to knowledge and information. And they got it, and they said, "Oh shit! Well, let's do this, let's do that. Oh well, shit! They tried to keep it from us, so let's not give it back to them. Let's take it all from them, and let's not give it back to them." They don't understand. You still can't do that. No matter if we tried to keep the shit all from you, nigga, you can't come back and then do a double fuck up and say, "Well, we're gonna wipe them. We're just gonna wipe all existence of them, of that people out of the world." and we'll keep all the knowledge for ourselves. You know, no, the universe is like, no, nigga, what you have in store for someone else is your own demise. It's usually how you bring about your own demise. So you're gonna wipe out the first people on the planet, the gods of the planet. The universe said, okay, go ahead and do your little thing. Wipe out, kill all this many millions of people, and kill that many millions of people, and poison this many millions of people, and do that, nigga. You're not gonna wipe them out. However, what's going to happen though, nigga, you're going to be dead in 300 years.
The universe is like,
Yep.
I mean, they'll be back. So
how they gonna be back? I mean,
isn't it always? You know,
but no, they won't be back because you won't have culture. You won't have a culture anymore that see, when they became albinos and they migrated in certain packs together because they had to. The region was too hot. So, you know, in the future, you know, when they die out, you're gonna have technology. I mean, the environment won't be a factor for them to survive like that.
oh yeah, but what I mean, isn't it gonna go back? You know how the sun is the lowest form that it's been ever, and then I'm sure it's gonna go to its highest point, and then again it's gonna go back to its lowest. Then isn't that when they will be able to come back, when the sun is not as strong as it is when they're not around?
It's not.
Like, I'm sure
it has nothing to do with the sun. It has something to do with the melanin being dominant. It's the dominant force. It's the key element in the universe that exists. They came about. They came about from a form of unnatural, of unnatural habits, because when they became sentient beings, you know, once the Anunnaki created us, they gave us the ability to procreate, and then we have a mutation of the Caucasian, you know, or the albino was a mutation of the recessive gene, but they were born also with the ability to procreate. So, you know, unlike let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Unlike everything else in nature, where you kill off the albino that's born, either you kill it or it mates back into the pool where you don't see it anymore a few generations down the line because the melanin will retake it over. They didn't do that. They had to migrate to places where it was only them. So no melanin got produced, you know, within them. It just, generations and generations, the melanin just got bred out. However, when they became reintroduced to the world, that was the beginning of their end, really. Because as you start to mix more with the melanated people, the melanin is going to take over. And ultimately, you're going to die out. Not to mention, you know, the environment, you know, the cancers, the food that they eat, and all the rest of that shit that plays a part. You know, the drugs, the main drug problem. All of this is playing a part in their demise, but that's all their karma. That's just all shit that they put out into the world. The drug problem was a drug problem because they created the drug problem. They created all this bullshit, and so they're dying ultimately from it. But go ahead, what do you want to say?
No. I was saying when you were talking about, because I was thinking in terms of them coming back, you know, how they, you know, those Caucasians came from one of those melanated people. And, you know, when we, like you said, we shunned them out and they had to migrate because it was too hot. So basically what you're saying is once they die out, they're not coming back. Like it won't happen again where.
I'm saying, why would they need, why? Remember, at that time, when you have these albino people, and it wasn't only because they became albino. It was because we traveled in the Wormian age. We traveled up into the northern regions and got trapped there, and so bred out the melanin bred out. So unless you got some type of major ice age that traps people in a region, but even then, even in that aspect, and the melanin dies out, you would have to have some type of cataclysmic event like that for it to happen. But you got technology now. Back then, we didn't have technology to so if that ever happened again, if an ice age ever happened again, you'd be able to deal with it now because of technology and science and knowledge is worldwide.
Yeah, and I'm sure people would be. Yeah. So yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah.
So aren't they building like underground like cities?
Some niggas is building underground cities. That's why you think they're trying to get to Mars and the moon? Them niggas trying to get the fuck up out of here. Yeah, they trying
But isn't the karma just gonna follow them? So does it matter?
What you say?
I said, wouldn't the karma just follow them? So let's say they magically get to Mars, right? Wouldn't the karma still follow?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So
they don't they don't know. They don't get it. But the higher motherfuckers do get it, and they understand their time has come, which is why they are pushing the tying into the vine thing. You think that all of a sudden they just it's an accident? You start seeing more melanated and Caucasian people together on TV.
nothing they can do. I understand that. That makes sense. Okay. But the ones who are trying to go to Mars, that's funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, they don't. Those are people who just have, the physical science. They don't have the spiritual science to go along with it. So they're imbalanced, and they think they can outrun the systemic and the hereditary karma that their forefathers once did. They could have by being excuse me, by being not partaking in the white privilege, the benefit of what their ancestors did, not acting like nothing happened and they just going on and taking and going on through life like, well, I'm just living my life. No, motherfucker, you living a life because your fucking ancestors stole every goddamn thing from the Aboriginal people of the earth. So you're living off of these niggas genocide. So nigga, unless you go about paying that karma back yourself by helping the descendants of those people who were wiped out, getting some of their land back, or just not even, you don't even have to help those people, but you just have to definitely give your life to a gang of life to service in order to start wiping that damn bullshit karma out of what they did. Like all these, and that's worldwide karma. That was worldwide domination. You Caucasian motherfuckers was a worldwide plan to wipe out the gods and mothers and fathers of this earth, and now they're gonna have to pay a worldwide tax for that shit.
Hey, Kev.
Yep.
So you're saying that eventually they're gonna be wiped out, but
they saying
that. No, I'm just saying. Listen, I was gonna say they're going. What I was gonna get into was saying, isn't this all a mindset? So for example, let's look at Brazil. It's majority people that look like us, but when you hear it, people talk about it's actually better in America because due to the fact that the mindset of those people think that lighter's better. So in a way, I kind of feel like people got to change their mindset. Even if they kind of breed out, I still think there are going to be people that might think, because every time I look at Brazil, I go, it's more dark people there than anywhere. And then like places in Africa, you got black people thinking that, or people with dark skin thinking that those people are superior. So until they mindset change, they might be wiped out, but it's still gonna be light skinned people that they're gonna think is better.
I disagree. Once niggas know their history, I don't think they would still want to be Caucasian anymore.
Well, the extinction, their extinction won't happen for at least another 300 years. That's the timeline they've given themselves. In 300 years, all the information will be out there, and niggas will have elevated their vibration by that time to a place where they have a pretty good understanding of where they come from. 300 years, if niggas still don't know where the fuck they come from, they deserve to be dead.
I got what you're saying.
300
But
years,
I was thinking that
you niggas still in the same place, y'all deserve it. You deserve to die.
because when I look at it, it's most of the time these people, it's not. We keep on seeing it. It's a revolving trend. They can't really destroy people, so they use each other. They use the people to destroy themselves. From each of these groups all the time. So my point is, I'm not trying to be, pessimistic. No, I'm just saying that, I don't know. You got people got to getting information and look within themselves before I feel like they will actually understand this stuff, because it'd be like the Bloods and Crips all over again.
But that's neither here nor there. You're talking about 300 years from now, man. What I'm saying is, they know in 300 years they're gonna be gone. No matter what, niggas got to deal with that. And if you don't, they'll be gone. It doesn't matter what the niggas know or not. In 300 years, Caucasian people will pretty much be wiped out. And so it's gonna be your melanated niggas and everybody else and all the other different supposed races, and it doesn't matter.
No, I got that, but I'm just saying, well, okay, let's say there's no Caucasian people, but my point is maybe it just be all the lighter people will be like the new Caucasian people. That's all it was just a thought, that it could just, instead of we seeing Caucasian people, it could just be like all the lighter people, and then you still got the internal, like dark skin is bad and light skin is good. It just won't have the so-called Europeans there.
So you think if melanated people learned about their real history, they would still be light skin versus dark skin debates if they had some information?
What I'm saying is these people have to go and get the information and learn themselves and not rely on sometimes. I just feel like it's like you got to learn it for yourself and try to absorb it.
Huh?
I'm cutting this off. This is a hypothetical shit that don't mean nothing right now. We got more information. We got more shit to talk to. Y'all niggas will sit up here and talk for 18 hours, nigga. I got so many videos to get through. So this is about Indian slavery, about how the Native American or the Aboriginals were enslaved in that whole slave trade. And there's about 4 professors on this panel who are gonna break down different aspects of of how that went down. This is at Brown. This is a lecture they gave at Brown University.
Fantastic sponsor for this evening's event, the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice here at Brown University. And of course, Dr. Tony Bowles is right over in the corner there. So thank him very much for his hospitality and hosting us here. Roger Williams University School of Continuing Studies has been a sponsor, as well as Rhode Island College, the Rhode Island State Council for the Arts. National Park Service for the powwow we'll be doing, and I'm going to touch base on some of the events that have been taking place this week as well. Eastern Medicine Singers, Chief Darrell Black Eagle Jameson is here as well. He's the head of the Eastern Medicine Singers drum. Very supportive since we've started. Basically, all of the individuals who in their individual capacities come out to support and raise awareness about New England Native American culture, because we found that it doesn't necessarily get the attention or awareness raised about it that other Indian cultures in North America and beyond get. So we really started this 7 years ago in a conversation between Jen Giroux from Rhode Island College and myself about the interest in just raising more awareness about the cultures that were specific to this area. It started off with just a conversation about having a powwow, but we soon realized that just doing a powwow wasn't enough, because people come to powwows and they leave without really understanding anything about the culture. It's more of a spectacle for them, and we definitely like to share our culture in that way. But we wanted to encourage actual academic sort of dialogue and conversation and learning. We wanted to facilitate learning about our culture, our history, who our people are. And as Creator would have it, we're here on our 7th year, so it's been a fantastic week of programming thus far. We started on Monday with a panel discussion entitled Squanto, Friend or Foe, which was held at Rhode Island College, and we discussed the historical figure Squanto, and actually realized that's not actually his real name. What was it, Tisquantum? And Squantum means man in Natick. So we're basically calling him man. And the role that he played, getting kidnapped, taken over to Europe, finding his way back, getting kidnapped, brought back over there again, and then eventually making his way to be a translator between the Indians that were in the area and the colonists, and all of the, for lack of a better term, drama that came out of that and how it's impacted us even until this day. So it was a very lively discussion, pretty well attended, and it was a great way to kick off the week. Tuesday, we had a Nkomo Mswemi drum social in the courtyard for Roger Williams University School of Continuing Studies. It was an excellent event, and it was a great way to show right in the heart of the city that our culture is alive and well. So if people were driving down Empire Street, riding by AS220, they saw a cultural vendor out there. They saw a food vendor out there serving.
All right, let me get to the motherfucking TV. This nigga will talk forever and shit. All right.
A traditional New England time, smack dab in the heart of the city. And it really feeds into what we like to call the living culture element of this fantastic place that we call Rhode Island, that there's so many cultures here that are not just in history books, but they're alive. You can go and see their festivals. You can go and visit their ceremonies. They allow you to come into their world in that manner. And we really need to acknowledge that for the tremendous resource that it is here for this state. So I think I've done enough rambling.
Thank you.
At this time, it is my great pleasure and honor. Oh, and I need to acknowledge Mr. Larry Wilson from Rhode Island College, who has been one of the coordinators for the tremendous events that are taking place this week. Larry, being the bright and proactive individual he is handing out flyers so you can learn a little bit more about what has taken place already this week and what will be taking place. So Larry, thank you as always for all of the fantastic work you're doing for being here tonight.
Somebody has to keep praying.
But it gives me great honor and pleasure to invite up PCEI's Chief Pop.
Keep that going for Mr. Watson. He deserves it, y'all. Keep it going for Mr. Watson. And if you're going to be a passive learner in this process, you have to allow for others to represent you. And when that happens, sometimes bad things happen. So let's try that again. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right. Now, it sounds silly, but I do stress my greeting every time I do a presentation or speaking event, because I believe if we hope to get anything out of this moment, we have to be willing to at least put something into our greetings to one another. So thank you very much. Tonight we're talking about something that's very, very important. And this particular geographic location played a pretty large role in this enslavement of Indians. I said enslavement because they're not slaves, but folks were enslaved. As Ray said, I am a Kenyan nonviolence trainer, international trainer. Currently, I am working for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Dr. King's organization, as their senior level nonviolence trainer. And Ray also already mentioned, I am the Chief Policy and Advocacy Officer for PCEI, the Province Cultural Equity Initiative. But we're going to move along, and please, we're going to have these exquisite presenters speak about their expertise. We're going to be covering pre-colonial, colonial, and current, contemporary issues and what's happening around Indians and Native Americans. But before we go any further, let me introduce our speakers, and then we're going to hear from each of them. After that, we'll have an open session for questions and answers, and that's where we hope for full participation. Pierre, I knew I was gonna mess it up. I don't know why, forgive me. Brown's Public Humanity Studies, and then we'll have as much engagement as possible. Some will be including.
Great, thank you. So as John said, my name is Taino Palermo, Amaguatu, Kasikan of the Baramaya Guanea clan in the Guanea region of Borinquen, which is known to many today as Ponce, Puerto Rico. And what I wanted to run through today was a very, the Tainos as a population exists in very few artifacts and mostly through oral history. We hosted a Indigenous Peoples Conference last year and had Cacique Guanaqueyu, who was one of the last few predominantly full-blooded Tainos living today. Is over 60% Taino blood. Indigenous blood to North America. And so he's one of, there's less than 5. And so he's one of the last living ones. So it's an honor to continue to be able to speak on the plight of the Taino people who have been transformed into what we know today as Puerto Ricans. And so if you are Puerto Rican or know Puerto Ricans, they come in all shades and colors. And that's because as their indigenous roots go, as Tainos, they were mixed with the Spanish conquistadors and African slaves. So I'm just going to run through a timeline for you, which is a cross of a mixture of oral history and documented Spanish history, which will end with an image of a little piece of documented U.S. history. So as we know, when we learned in elementary school in 1492, when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, he hit the Caribbean first as what they called the West Indies, and saw indigenous people, which gave them the name Indians. He hit Hispaniola in that region, which is modern-day Dominican Republic and Haiti, and circled through modern-day Puerto Rico, Cuba, and southern Florida, all of which is what the Tainos inhabited. So they inhabited the Caribbean region as well as southern Florida. So in 1493 was his second voyage to the New World, where he actually landed in Borinquen and documented as many as 50,000 Tainos across Borinquen and Hispaniola, as they called it, which was Dominican Republic and Spain. So in so what happened was he comes back, shares all of this, and it catches the attention of the Spanish crown, who then commissioned Ponce de Leon to head back out there. He does and meets Cacique of Caciques, Agüevano. And Agüevano is the Cacique of Caciques, the chief of chiefs. And as the story goes, he shows them the entire wealth that they have. They don't know it's wealth. They think it's offerings for their gods. And so this is gold. Taino stands for the good people. They're not what you would hear of like Aztecs or Mayans with temples and sacrifice killings and things like that. They're not even a warrior race to that extent. So Agüevana goes back to Spain with Ponce de Leon, and Ponce de Leon comes back with an armada and begins the wiping out of the Taino Indians. So in 1501, the Spanish crown then approves the export of slaves from Spain to the Americas, to all of their colonies in that area. And by 1508, 1510 is when colonization takes full flight. And so by 1509 is when they establish repartimientos. And essentially what that is indentured servitude. And it consisted of distributing among officials and colonists fixed numbers of Indians for wage-free and forced labor. And so the crown then instituted something called encomienda, which is supposed to replace repartimientos after priests were in an uproar about the treatment of these indigenous people. So Spain, being the colonizer, just rebranded slavery. And then by as the Taínos saw Spaniards coming with their ships and weapons and things that they had never seen before, they thought they were immortals. And so Cacique Yuaran and his warriors, as the story goes, drowned San Diego, which was a conquistador who was notorious for beating, killing, and raping Taínos. They drown San Diego and watch him for 7 days to make sure that he doesn't rise. And when he doesn't, word spreads across all of the islands that the Spaniards are not immortal. And an uproar begins, and Spain then begins a war against Tainos. And what was once kind of like a soft enslavement became an all-out slaughter and full enslavement, to which many Tainos fled to the mountains or off the islands. And many died along the way, but they also dispersed to parts of South America and the Gulf Coast. And so by 1513, African slaves are introduced into the islands. And by 15...
Really quick, as you can talk about, as he's saying that they thought they were gods or whatever, he thought they were immortal. So you can see the mind state of Cortez when he rolled up to, to Mexico, when he got over there, and they met him on the boat. Remember, though, they said that the natives or there were a couple of the Mexicas ran out there to meet him, and he basically put them in chains and turned them around and showed them the power of the cannon. He blew a tree in half or something like that. So obviously he had the mentality that these savages or something like that thought that their technology made them gods. He already had that mind state because of what had already happened before, of when they had met up with the Tainos, and the Tainos had thought they were gods because of their technology. So that's why he just basically busted the tree in half and thought he wasn't gonna have to do no more work. After he's like, yeah, we're gods. We just blew this tree in half with magic. Boom, fire and boom, explosion. And they went back and like, nigga, fuck you, man. Fuck your cannon. But you can see the mentality that was going on. This is all literally around the same time.
17, King Carlos V authorized the importation of 4,000 slaves to the Caribbean. So from 1520 to the 1800s, there was an ongoing slave trade that passed through the Caribbean. And as you could imagine, by this time, as they're colonizing the United States, it's continuing on through the Caribbean. If anyone saw the movie Amistad and the fort in San Juan, it was a major port for the slave trade. And so by 1803, all the major global powers were starting to abolish slavery among their colonies: the British, the Dutch, the French. Spain, on paper, abolishes slavery in Puerto Rico in 1873. However, I have an image during the Spanish-American War and the signing of the Paris Treaty. The United States creates, they develop a baseline census, 1899. You can actually go to census.gov and find the census. It's the baseline census for Puerto Rico by the US, taken in 1899, that enumerates coloreds, free and enslaved, men and women. And so at some point in time, there was an agreement to adhere to the abolishment of slavery, but obviously there wasn't at the US, as they start enumerating individuals in Puerto Rico are now, they're documenting slaves there, and colored slaves. So what's also interesting about the 1899 census of Puerto Rico is that they also validate the existence of Aborigines. So they mention in this census that Spain, for a long time, was boasting about the genocide and the wiping out of the Tainos. Yet, what the census says is that there are captains who are scouring the land as they start colonizing and taking over and finding Aborigine, this is a quote, Aborigine-looking people with wide noses, flat in the front and back, who are who must be Aborigines and disproving the claim of Spanish census, because Spain kept census as well. So that was their, Spain tried to establish the paper genocide of Aborigines by just calling them dark slaves, and the US creating a baseline census references Aborigines as people in the mountains in 700 or 800 numbers, but anyone who was of a darker complexion was either, or white, was either white or colored. There was no acknowledgement of Aborigines or Indians, Tainos in particular, after that census. They then become Puerto Ricans. And so the classification begins that way and continues to today.
See, the name game started everywhere at the same time. When they came up with the white, the black, the Puerto Rican, it was like, all right, it was literally like a box of eggs, like a carton of eggs. We're gonna place everybody in their little thing so we can do this to them. So we can pull them out, crack them when we need to, but we can do whatever the hell we want with them after we classify them under a certain thing. Because most of the world dealt with these laws, so these Aboriginals didn't. And so after we come in and we take over everything, it'll be under our laws anyway. So we'll just classify them as this, and once we do, once we conquer them, once we basically not colonize, conquer them, and as they were bragging that they did, they conquered the indigenous, the Aboriginals. They just know we just got basically the whole system is set up already. So Taino, Puerto Rican, Jamaicans, or the Caribs, Jamaicans, all the way down the line.
So that is what we know through documentation and oral history of the enslavement of the Tainos, who
also, it became just, even if you were whatever you were, they just threw your ass in there with the slaves. So basically, it's like, all right, if we got a slave, we basically got a slave trade going on in here, and we need to wipe you niggas out. Just put on the paper, these niggas is they African slaves, and throw them in the cage with the rest of them. I mean, it would be that easy too. That's literally how quick you would do it.
become modern day Puerto Ricans today. Thank you.
I joke sometimes with Chief Two Hawks, saying, I wish they had not been so friendly. I do joke, but the spirit of humanity is extremely important. Loving another is extremely important. And I'm grateful for that, because that's the only thing that can help us heal through these unspoken stories and difficult times.
No, them Aboriginals are stupid.
Thank you.
The next speaker we're going
Talking
to
about,
have
nigga, they was
is Margaret O'Toole, who's going to share with us about slavery. In advance, please.
And I don't have any slides, and I wonder if the media person, or if we have any control over the light, if that can go for the Little Compton Historical Society. I've done that job for about 10.5 years now, and I love it. I am also a second-year student in Brown's Public Humanities program for my master's degree, but I go part-time. So although I'm a second-year student, I've been doing it for 6 years, and I have another 1.5 years to go. So I've been here for a very long time, learning as I go. And what I've learned here at Brown has helped me put a spin on my work in Little Compton that I think has really helped me to move closer to academic standards, So the local history that we write is more accurate, better researched, and I think better source information for academics who may want to use it for their own work. Several years ago, I took a class on slavery in the Atlantic world with Lynn Fisher, who's here tonight, and I had to write a 20-page research paper. So I said, hey, I think in one of our books in Little Compton, one of the old historians has a list of enslaved people. And I went and found the list, and there it was. And it's a list of Negroes and Indians in Little Compton, and there were 44 people on the list. I said, this is great. I'll write about these 44 people. That'll be my 20-page paper. It'll be awesome. And then there were a couple of typos, and so I said, oh, I better check this. And when I checked, I realized that they weren't just typos. They were these really kind of hideous omissions in the historic record. And that if I looked hard enough, I could find more and more and more and more people. So instead of a list of 44 Negroes and Indians, I have a database of 200 enslaved people who lived in Little Compton between 1674 and 1817. And they were African, and they were Native American, and they were mixed race. And by mixed race, they were African Indian, African white, Indian white. And then, so I wrote my paper, and poor Dr. Fisher had to read a 60-page paper instead of a 20-page paper because I was going crazy with all this information. And then I went to my board and I said, I really think we need to do an exhibit and maybe a book on slavery in Little Compton. And that's a hard thing because some of our biggest funders are the descendants of slave owners. And I was so proud of my board because almost without any discussion at all, they said, that's a great idea, let's do it. And so that was scheduled for this year. So this year at the Little Compton Historical Society, we have a 300-page book that started as a 20-page term paper. And we have it's a small exhibit, but it is a very nice exhibit on the stories of enslaved people in Little Compton. And that exhibit is up through February, so I hope you will all come see it. And we welcome groups if you have a group that might like to come see it. And we have a lecture series, the enslaved people of Little Compton, who we didn't really remember existed. And as we're getting really kind of close to the end of putting all of this together, this is 2016, you know, you check through your notes and things don't always hit you the first time you see them. So I was maybe 6 weeks away from sending this off to the publisher. I was like, you know what? 2016, the last enslaved woman in Little Compton received her freedom in 1816. That's our 200th anniversary of freedom in Little Compton.
Okay, so she was talking about that little place and how they had Indians enslaved and reclassified them as niggas. She didn't have to be here, really. Like her little part is like nothing. But you can get to like this lady is coming up.
Oh, is he talking about L.A. Compton or just
no? Some place that's named after. I mean, same thing. Compton is named after the other Compton, the Bill Compton or whatever his name. I mean, not Bill Compton, but whatever Compton, the Compton from England. I forgot his name, but it's the same. It's the same person. But she ain't talking about nothing. She was trying to promote her little shit though.
I learned two things from my elders, both here and in Africa, that are very important to me. And so I want to begin my remarks with those two things. The first thing is that whenever you are standing on soil where the bones of others may be buried deep down below, you begin everything with a salutation of respect to them, even if they're unseen or unknown or unrecognized. So I want to do that first. And secondly, and this is from my grandmother, She always told me, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. In the matter of tonight, what I have is a little knowledge. There are numerous scholars, some of them my colleagues here at Brown, who are making the study of Indian slavery one of the focuses of their work. More importantly, there are historians of the nations and of the communities of Native Americans and others in this region who know far more than I do about the history of Indian slavery. So my task is to try not to be dangerous, in honor of my grandmother, yet add something useful to the collective pot so that we can have a good discussion. I'm going to do that by focusing on a few thoughts around the question of Indian slavery, which have come up in my own work. That work is not so much about slavery as it is about the kinds of interactions, usually contested and in conditions of violence and duress, but also which occasioned the exchange of knowledge, which took place between indigenous people, enslaved Africans, and colonizing Europeans in the Americas and in Southern Africa. In the interest of time, I want to do this by images. I hope that this setup works. If not, you're going to have to imagine what I'm saying. And I'll give the briefest of remarks about 3 historical spaces on which my thoughts have been focused in the past, over the past decade. And we might be able to return to some of them later or on another occasion. The first set is going to be about Dutch Brazil and the early 17th century sugar plantations. The second set is from New England to the Caribbean. And the third set is Long Island, from Long Island to Providence, and the Harlem Renaissance. And we'll see if this actually works. Yeah, okay. Except that's not the right one. Of time looking at. So you get very old histories of the first European natural historian who goes to Barbados or to Jamaica or to Brazil or to Haiti. A lot of these are actually held in here, original copies, in the John Carter Brown Library. I want to spend a moment on this one, which is from Brazil. This is actually the first natural history of Brazil. You can see the European imagination working and how they see the Native Americans, or the Tupi-Namba people, as they call themselves, in Brazil. And the interesting thing about this, this old first natural history of Brazil for me is that I'm always thinking about the knowledge of plants. And so the knowledge that enslaved Africans, and in this case in Brazil, the enslaved Tupi-Namba, because everywhere in Latin America, it's first the Native Americans who were enslaved. And then when that doesn't work in some kind of way, Africans are brought in. So the reason why this book is important, done by Willem Piso and George Margraaf, is that it was done in the time when the Dutch briefly held Brazil. Now we know Brazil is a Portuguese colony, but in the 1640s, the Dutch were holding Brazil, and the governor, Count Moritz of Nassau, thought it important to do scientific studies. So he brings over Willem Piso to look at questions of plants and the knowledge about plants. And in this time, we remember that the knowledge about plants is like knowing where gold and diamonds and oil are later on in history. So Piso does this book. And what do you find when you see the book is that the Tupi-Namba and the enslaved Africans are there on these early sugar plantations at the same time. And they're exchanging knowledge with each other. Most of the book is about what he calls the simples, which are the medicinal plants, the herbal medicines of the Tupi-Namba. But occasionally you find a page like this one that's shown there, where he reports that the Africans are teaching the Indians how, or the indigenous people, how to use particular plants. And so you begin to get a notion of the plants that the Africans managed to bring over or that were brought over in the slave ship, like sesame, eggplant, and okra. And you also get a sense of how the Tupi-Namba are teaching the enslaved Africans about some very important plants, usually maize, but also cassava, which is the bread of the Caribbean. It's the bread of the Tainos, it's the bread of the Brazilians. The terms that were being used by the Portuguese and the Dutch at this time are also interesting. They called the Tupi-Namba in the beginning, when they enslaved them, negros da terra, the blacks of this land. And the ones who were coming in from Guinea and from Angola, and that's the first set, They are Negros de Guinea and Negros de Angola. It's an interesting use of the notion of color and slavery. And the picture on the lower right.
So that's the people doing the enslaving, what they're calling those people of that land. When they got there, they saw them, they said, oh shit, Negros de Terra. They're the black niggas and the dark niggas of this land. of this land over here. Goddamn. Are y'all niggas everywhere? that's probably what they think. Goddamn, nigga. Everywhere we roll up, nigga. Y'all there. Shit. And look, if you step away from it, if you kind of step away from it and look at it, from different angles, you would kind of have to think that would piss you off too. If your ass was enslaved for thousands of years and then you finally got free, and then you say, all right, look, we about to go and see what's up in this part of the planet, this part of the world over here. Oh shit, niggas is over here? And then you're like, all right, well, we're gonna go over here. Oh shit, niggas is over here too? All right, well, fuck it. All right, then we'll just go over here. Goddamn, niggas over here too? God, motherfucker. Everywhere you rolled up, you see some niggas. You be like, shit, nigga. That would piss you off. You know what I'm saying? That's speaking as, as a regular person with emotions. And you'd be like, fuck. Like, these niggas is everywhere. You guys something to say? You about to say something?
What you see is, it looks slavery. And the picture on the lower right, what you see is, it looks like they're trying to depict Africans, but actually this is an early depiction of Tupinamba, who are enslaved and who are put to producing the bread, this bread called cazabe or cassava, depends on which part of the Caribbean or Latin America you're in. And these were first enslaved Tupinamba who have to produce this bread. So for me, this is an interesting evidence of not just the enslavement, joint enslavement side by side of Native Americans and enslaved Africans, but also of the knowledge they exchanged and the knowledge and the wealth of knowledge that they bring to the colonizers. This picture is a picture in Africa of Angola, the city of Luanda, and at the same time that the Dutch are holding this tip of Brazil as part of their empire, they're also briefly in charge of or colonizing the Angola kingdom. They never get quite to colonize the Congo kingdom, but the Angola kingdom in Luanda. This is the oldest fort, one of the oldest forts on the coast of Africa. It's San Miguel de Luanda, built in 1576. And the interesting thing is that when the Dutch, built by the Portuguese, when the Dutch take Luanda briefly in the 1640s, they bring over Tupinamba masons, stonemasons, sailors on the boats. And some of those Tupinamba escape altogether. They melt into the kingdoms, what were then the kingdoms of Congo and Ndongo. So one interesting research question for me is sort of like the disappeared Taino. Where did these people go? And what would thinking about them teach us about slavery and relations among Africans?
So you hearing what she just said? Are you guys understanding what she said?
Yeah, some of them slipped off and just mixed in with the crowd and just disappeared.
They bought the natives over there. They like, oh, we're gonna bring some workers. We're gonna bring some worker niggas from over in the Americas to come fix our shit over here. Build these goddamn buildings, fix these cannons, and do all this shit. They were like, oh, nigga, we look like the rest of the niggas that's over here. They were like, oh shit, nigga, so I'm like a bitch. About to slide on up in this market right here, nigga.
Yeah. Okay, so Jim and Bobby, we're gonna get. Hey, where did Jim and Bobby go?
Hey! They slipped right on in, like niggas. So I'm like a bitches. So yeah, that's what was going on. Same people.
Africans and Native Americans with respect to slavery, and not just slavery. This is a picture with which I'm sure it depicts things that most people in this region would be familiar with, which is the massacre of the Pequot in 1937 in Connecticut. This is one of the beginnings of a massive deportation of Native American people from New England to the Caribbean. So it then posits another question. Where did these people go? They go to everywhere in the Caribbean. They go to Bahamas, they go to Barbados, they go to Jamaica. So when I was a child, probably like many of you who are at least my age or older, we were always taught the Indians, the Native Americans, are largely disappeared. I have there a quote from Herman Melville, the book that we all had to read in school, Moby Dick, where he says, you know, the name of the ship is the Pequod, first of all, and we don't even know why it's the Pequod when we're reading it. But he says, you will no doubt remember, the Pequod was the name of a celebrated tribe of Massachusetts Indians, now extinct as the ancient Medes. So he's writing this in 1851, but these supposedly extinct people, many of them are not just still here in New England, but are also in the Caribbean. And in fact, one of the things that was most astonishing to me in trying to do the research of Black people and Native Americans side by side in this question of slavery is an intra-American slave trade that went on in the Caribbean, a waterborne traffic. They didn't cross the Atlantic, but was going around in the...
So you guys know what New England is, right?
What, you're talking about the 4 states that make up New England?
Yeah, in case most people don't know, can you tell them?
Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine.
Huh? You say Maine?
Maine.
UMass, wouldn't it?
Isn't it?
I would think it would be UMass.
That was Massachusetts. That's why Tom Brady, New England Patriots, Massachusetts. But that's the areas where the Lenape, a lot of those areas, Lenape, because they had to move around a lot. So they moved the Lenape kind of out and away from those areas, but a lot of them dispersed. But the original areas they were in Delaware, they were in Philadelphia, Massachusetts, they were in, what's the other one? Massachusetts and Maryland. So they were all throughout those little areas. And so when she's saying that they grabbed these people from the New England area and shipped them out, so a lot of the people in the Caribbean are North American Aboriginals that they got shipped out, and they had to blend on in, and they could blend in because they got shipped to the same people. So they did the same thing. So they shipped some of the Aboriginals to Africa. They was like, oh, we the same niggas. Salam alaikum, bitches. We out. They ship some of the North Americans to the Caribbean. They say, oh, we the same people. Peace out, bitch. So the same one, we've been here everywhere.
Was a very, very large flow of slavery. The estimate now is that over a period of 400 years, more than 2.5 million Native persons, many of them from New England, were in slavery in the Caribbean. This is besides the Taino.
She killing me with this Caribbean.
This saltwater trade.
What? Why you say what?
She killing me with this Caribbean.
Well, that's how everybody say it nowadays, man. You can't fault her for that, you know. She can say Caribbean, but you know, everybody knows it's Caribbean. The white motherfuckers branded it with the movies. Give her a break.
Spelled them all over the Caribbean, to Little Bonaire and Curacao, to the many small Lucayas, to Hispaniola, and to Puerto Rico. In fact,
but that actually would be the proper name because the people are called the Carib, and so it is Carib first. The word Carib is first, so it is Caribbean, Carib. So when you say Caribbean, is what the people changed it to in their dialect as they got on and on. But because the original people are called Carib, it would be Caribbean phonetically.
Study done by Resendez, which is called The Other Slavery, is that in the period between 1670 and 1720, from the Carolinas, South Carolina in particular, more Indians were exported out of Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported into Charleston, South Carolina. So one of the chief things that I've been doing in trying to do research about botanical knowledge in the Caribbean is looking at this question of Black people and Native.
I'm gonna tell you something. 20 and 30 years ago, she was bad as hell. You can see it.
Americans or enslaved Africans and enslaved Native Americans living side by side during a period when we were told, at least when I was in school, that all these people had disappeared. So you get, for example, the famous work by Hans Sloane in Jamaica. And if you read the archive, if you read the original, which many of these originals are in Brown's JCB library, you get this understanding that these supposedly disappeared Indians and these enslaved Africans are actually living side by side for quite some time in many of the Caribbean countries. This is a quote just from Jamaica, from the Natural History of Jamaica done by one Hans Sloane, in which he talks over and over again about the Indians and the Negroes, the Indians and the Negroes, even Indian and Negro doctors, and the diseases that they were able to cure using plants that were natural to Jamaica. And deep inside the book, the Hans Sloane book, is an account of a Lucaya, which is the other name for the Bahamas, a Lucaya couple enslaved in Hispaniola, and how they tried to get away. And then they returned to slavery. So you have to ask yourself, we all learn in school about how Native Americans disappeared in the United States, supposedly, how they disappeared as well in the Caribbean, but they show up over and over again in these natural histories. So one of the things that also shows up in these old colonial histories is a question of Native American revolt, enslaved African revolt, and how afraid the colonists up and down the East Coast and down into the Caribbean were of this revolt. So in 1502, you get one of the earliest ones where the Spanish governor of Hispaniola asks the king of Spain, essentially he just says, please don't send me any more of these African slaves. Let's have a moratorium, because they run away to the mountains of Hispaniola, which today is Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and they don't come back. And furthermore, they pair up with the Native Americans who are the Taino who are fleeing, and we don't know what's going on up in the mountains, but it's dangerous, so let's just have a moratorium. You move to 1676, and this is from a study done by Professor Linford. Yeah, where are you? I think he's here somewhere. Exactly. One of his early studies, because he continues to do this work. Dangerous Designs, the 1676 Barbados Act to prohibit New England Indian slave importation. They were by now very, very afraid of these Native Americans who had revolted and who almost won the war in this region. And so several thousands of them are deported. And the governor down in Barbados says that, you know, he really doesn't want any more of these. Many of them are already there, but he says he really doesn't want any more of these because it's like a contagion to have them. These Native American uprisings that are taking place in Virginia and Maryland and New York, and now these people are deported or sold down into the Caribbean and causing trouble.
Yeah, these North American niggas, we was never about that life. We was like, nah, homie, This is wherever you ship us, nigga. We starting some shit. That's how it's going down.
This happens over and over again in the Caribbean. The quote at the bottom is from a famous Caribbean poet and historian, Kamal Brathwaite, and he writes a poem about, just part of it, is about the Maroon Coast in Barbados, which many people think, oh, there weren't any Native Americans left there. And he writes about the ones that got away, the ones that found a settlement somewhere on the coast, which they call the Maroon Coast of Barbados. And he talks about how they got away and how important it is that they found their freedom. And something wrong. Yes. So the reason why this is called Native Revolt, Black Revolt, and Colonial Fears is that this question of Native Americans and not yet African Americans, but enslaved Africans joining together in possible revolt was one of the biggest fears of colonial times.
Can't have you niggas uniting. It's the same
Finally,
thing now.
I want to talk about briefly about, how shall I call this? By then, this is a question of a cultural resistance. It's basically what we're left with in the New England area. And this woman, usually you get to see histories about, what's the name? Cuffey? Paul Cuffey, yes. So I thought I would use a woman instead of Paul Cuffey because he's fairly well known. This lady is called Olivia Ward Bush. And she was both Native American and African American. And she writes a very famous poem, at least famous in the time, in 1898 in Newport, called Driftwood. And although it's a fairly sad seeming poem, it's actually a poem about resistance.
Really quickly, I just wanted you to see how deep the programming goes, even with her. I don't know if you guys, like I said, I did this live stream yesterday, and we did the definition of native, the etymology of native.
It's basically like, I don't know remember the true definition, but I know it has something to do with slave. Like it's not your proper.
A person born in bondage.
Yeah, so slave. Yeah.
That's what a native is, right? So that's the actual term, and you can get for a person born in a place, but it's a more person born in slavery is really its term. So, excuse me. So she keeps saying Native American, right? And then she said African American. So the term African American was used, the first time it was used was back in those days. Actually, like the early, I think they found it was 1700s. I showed you guys this in one of the classes. It was an African American, but that term was used for just that. A person who from Africa, who was descended from Africa and an American, but not a Caucasian, because they weren't called Americans back then. Back then, the definition of American was the copper-colored people who inhabit North America, who inhabit the northern continent of America, right? So when the term African American came out in the 1700s, it meant a person who was mixed with African, slave, and Aboriginal, Amarukan, the person on this landmass. So she keeps saying African American. When you go to Europe, or Native, she keeps saying Native American. When you go to Europe, do you say Native European? Do you say a Native Parisian? You don't say a Native Englander or English person? You don't say any of those terms.
Negative. Yep.
For anybody else. But for the indigenous people in America, they're called Native American. That's the only motherfucker. When you go to Australia, they ain't called Native Australians. They're called Aboriginals.
Right.
Aboriginals. So why are they called Native Americans here? That's because Native is a slave term, legally. That subjugates you. That subjugates them to the American government when you take on that term, as well as the term tribe, which we just saw in the 500 Nations, was all about being tributary. The tribe literally came from the tributaries, the sub-state that was paying tribute to Motekazuma. So mute your phone while I'm talking. There's a lot of noise in the back. So I just want you guys to be aware of the subconscious, conditioning that, even I say, like, when I'm saying it, I'm trying to say it because I'm trying to connect. I want the flow of information to be good. I don't want to use it because I don't want to give license to anyone else to use it. But I use it when I say Aboriginal and Indigenous. But I know what it means, so I'm not putting that vibration out. But it's very important for you guys to understand it too, and not use those terms and make it known, because these are legal terms. See, a lot of people will say, "Oh, nigga, that's just that's just semantics, nigga. That means nothing. Why you gotta be all, you gotta be so damn strict about it, nigga? Nigga, so what I say, Native American? I know what I mean. You know what I meant. No, nigga, no.
It'd be just like that.
Just like that.
I want to be black. Hey, that's the first thing. As soon as you said that, as soon as niggas start realizing what black means, I'm black. What you talking about, nigga?
No, you're not. Nigga, take out a church shoe. Are you the same color as a church shoe, nigga? And there is no such color as black, but that's a different story. Like, that's just dumb shit. Like, even scientifically, there are no colors, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but when you're talking about
what's coming,
huh?
Oh no, go ahead. I was just saying, but you know what's coming. Don't worry.
When you're talking to people and you're explaining the Native and Indigenous thing, make sure that if you're going to use it so that you're communicating better and they understand you better, that's fine. But make sure that you let these niggas know that this is a slave term. You're not using it because it's a slave term. These are some bullshit. Motherfuckers take it, I'm a Native American. And motherfucker, they had back, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember back in the day in the 70s, in the 80s, when they had the cartoons. You used to watch cartoons on Saturday, and they had the Native American when you would litter and shit, and the Native American would step out and a tear would drop out of his eye and shit. He'd look at you drive off as you threw your damn your soft drink bottle on the ground. And this motherfucker drive off, and this nigga, a tear would drop out of his eye and shit. So again, this whole Native thing is literally a way to subjugate your mind, first of all, and then subjugate you. So she kills me with the whole understanding of what it is, but she keeps saying the words.
So is
yeah, go ahead.
So is Indigenous good or bad?
No, you must not have saw the live stream yesterday. All right, so look,
I missed
it. Yeah, Indigenous is bad too.
Okay.
I'm gonna read you Indigenous. Somebody else can.
And this is from Blacks.
Yeah, I'm about. I don't even remember what page it's on, but it's it's from Indigena.
Look for it.
Oh, I got it. It's coming up. Here it is, right here. So Indigena, right? This is from English law. Remember, I told you when they came over here, they were imposing their laws upon you, shit that they knew. So native was a term in their law that they understood that subjugated you, as well as indigenous, indigena, from the English law, a subject born, one born within the realm, a naturalized, one born within the realm or naturalized by act of parliament. So, same thing. See, and also look, in another word that comes from an indigent. Like indigenous and indigent. These are the same type of terms, come from the same word. Indigent person is one who is poor and needy. That's what So again, legally, you don't want to be native. Indian, though, excuse me, the legal definition of Indian is the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. See, so there's an actual legal definition for the word Indian, even though you're not Indian, because this is not the West Indies. But there is a legal definition for you in the law if you were to go get them. You really should be calling yourself an Aboriginal free inhabitant. Period. Aboriginal free inhabitant. Or you can call yourself an autochthon, but autochthon is not in the dictionary. There's no legal definition for autochthon. But if there's an actual definition for it, but again, no legal definition. So just just make sure your mental game is on when you're dealing with these words.
About The fact that, like driftwood, the Native Americans, who by then are very much mixed in this area of New England with African Americans, still managed to endure. And in the final part, she says that with their lives, some poor misshapen remnant still survives of what was once a fair and beauteous form, and yet some dwelling may be more bright. Someone afar may catch a gleam of light after the fury of the blighting storm. This poem is actually a poem about resilience of Native Americans in this New England region. So I want to close with that. I actually had closed with something else, but I didn't bring it with me, which is a weaving, a carving that the Narragansett have kept for a long time, a weaving, which is about the dispersal of the Narragansett through the Caribbean, because I think that also speaks to a kind of history that we want to understand more. So, in conclusion, I want to close with what I hope that some of what I've sketched tonight leads us to think about. The kinds of projects where the historians of the nations and communities, the colonial archives, and a rereading not just of the secrets buried in the soil, but the wisdom inserted in poems and songs, in weavings and carvings, might bring us a greater understanding of the historical phenomenon of Indian slavery in the Americas. I want to suggest that this could lead us not just to new histories of what my friends on the Bahian coast of Brazil call the people of the waters, but new works on the nature of rebellion and revolts for freedom and for sovereignty in the Americas, from the eastern woodlands to Barbados and Brazil, and a different kind of critical triangulation of our knowledge about slavery in this old world, it's not a new world, in this old world and the Americas. I think Brown, with its new Native American and Indigenous Studies initiative, could be becoming a good place to try that out.
So she had the best breakdown on the slavery thing. This is in the guide class. You can go watch the rest of it. It's pretty long, so we're not gonna watch all of it. But so really quick though, I wanted to see this video I actually came across. This is not it. But we're gonna watch her. So this is Dr. Tracy McCarthy. She's pretty dope. She's a PhD. She breaks down your Indian, Native American ancestry, but she really goes. She does her research though. Like her research is like on point. We're gonna watch her, but I wanted to show you this one video. All right here. So this is funny. So this is a video on a black slave owner. But so I want y'all to. Well, we're gonna watch the video and then we'll read what's down there in the commentary.
This is the Burrow House, a plantation home in tiny Statesburg, South Carolina, about 10 miles west of Sumter. It has been the site of many Forrest Gump-like moments. General Thomas Sumter lived here. Former Governor Stephen Miller lived here. Joel Poinsett, for whom the poinsettia is named, died here. Even Samuel Maverick, whose son became the namesake for the term independent rebel, owned this house on the property.
A lot of really important but not splashy historic people have wandered through here.
Perhaps the quietest of them all is arguably the most important story to tell. It began here in 1935 when 3 young girls discovered a stack of letters while playing in the basement of this home. Those letters, now held at USC's Caroliniana Library, tell the story of a slave named April.
There's been a really good job of whitewashing a very awkward discussion.
It's a hugely awkward discussion.
In 1802,
awkward for Caucasians.
A plantation owner named William Ellison lent one of his young slaves, April, to work for a gin maker in Winnsboro. April quickly became the go-to man for repairing the expensive cotton gins throughout the Sumter area.
They send him out to the plantations and they take them apart. He would sharpen them on location. And that's why he heard about Statesburg. He came through here as a young man. He said, well, when he bought his freedom or whatever, he came here.
The center of plantation country, the wealthiest area of South Carolina. He changed his name. April was now known as William Ellison, the name of his former white owner. His gin business prospered. He bought this home, hundreds of acres of land, and eventually 68 slaves to work that land. Granger McCoy now lives in the Ellison home and says he often finds old cotton gin blades.
What do the Ellisons say when they come?
They looking for the home place.
All descendants of what many of us thought an impossible oxymoron, a black slave owner.
I had a black ophthalmologist come through here, Ellison. We sat on this couch right here. And his great-great-granddaddy owned 68 slaves. And here I am, white, over here. And my great-great-granddaddy didn't own any slaves. And it was like somebody blew a dog whistle in a kennel if I just kind of turned the head, not knowing how to handle all this.
History tumbles here.
And what little we can learn about Ellison as a slave owner isn't pretty. The book Black Masters chronicles Ellison's life in the antebellum South and suggests that his slaves were the worst fed and clothed of any in Stateburg. It also suggests that Ellison was a slave breeder, selling off infant girls, a practice even some white owners found cruel. Whatever the case, Ellison certainly had a good relationship with other white aristocracy. This contract shows that Ellison didn't just buy a home in wealthy Stateburg, he bought it directly from former Governor Stephen Miller, a governor and former slave trading property. He was the wealthiest black man in South Carolina, the fourth wealthiest in the South, wealthier than more than 90% of whites. Just a few hundred yards from the Ellison home is the Ellison graveyard, private, neither mixed with other white nor black tombstones, symbolic of his unusual position in the pre-war South, a position so few of us even knew existed.
Whatever happened during Reconstruction, and then up through the Jim Crow era, anything and everything that had to deal with the relationships between the blacks and the whites just went underground.
And may have remained so, if not for a stack of letters found under his house. For Hidden Columbia, Anderson Burns, ABC Columbia News.
So that's pretty ill. So one of the biggest slave owners, this nigga was foul. He's the very definition of a coon, a prison for slaves. But he was hobnobbing and chilling with the Caucasians.
Especially if he was buying a house from the governor.
Man, from the governor. Chilling. He's exactly what's homeboy? What's Sam Jackson and Django? What's his name? Django. That's who this dude was. Dude.
Steven.
Yeah, that's who he was. This motherfucker was Steven. That's if Steven had gotten free, that's who this dude would be.
Put a nigga on that name.
Yep, that's exactly who this dude would be Steven. Or Steven would be this guy if Steven was real and he had got free.
Didn't he take his slave master's name?
Yeah, he took his slave master's name. William Ellison was the name of the nigga who owned him. But he knew though. See, this motherfucker like, I'm gonna take a white name, I'm gonna take a Caucasian name, nigga, I'm about to make this money, nigga. Fuck what y'all niggas talking about. Fuck what y'all niggas talking about right now, bitch. That's the same way as us selling Donald Trump shit. But you know what I mean? It is what it is, man. Back in that time, I guess each time, you know, each era or age or time, whatever it is, the mentality of that time, you know, it'll play itself out within everybody. So he was like, oh, well, slavery was cracking. It was just some normal shit, nigga. You're a slave or you're not. And so, matter of fact, so it goes, William Ellison was one of the wealthiest men in the South, as well as being a black former slave. He owned cotton gins, plantations, and 68 slaves, and from accounts of the time, he wasn't very nice. At the peak of slavery in the United States, large numbers of free Negroes owned black slaves, in fact, in numbers, disproportionate to their representation in society at large. In 1860, only a small minority of whites owned slaves, according to the U.S. Census report that for that last year before the Civil War. There were nearly 27 million whites in the country. Some 8 million of them lived in the slaveholding states. The census also determined that there were fewer than 385,000 individuals who owned slaves. Even if all slaveholders had been white, that would amount to only 1.4% of whites in the country, or 4.8% of Southern whites owning one or more slaves. However, around 30% of free blacks own slaves. In the rare instances where ownership of slaves by Negroes is acknowledged in the history books, justification centers on the claim that black slave masters were simply individuals who purchased the freedom of a spouse or child from a white slaveholder and had and had been unable to legally manumit them. Although this did indeed happen at times, it is a misrepresentation of the majority of instances, one which is debunked by the records of the period on blacks who owned slaves. These include individuals such as Justice Angle and Mistress L. Horry of Collection District, South Carolina, who each owned 84 slaves in 1830. Damn. In fact, in 1830, a fourth of the Negro slave masters in South Carolina owned 10 or more slaves, 8 owning 30 or more. Nigga, I'm trying to tell you, who started slavery, bitches?
We did.
That shit has never left.
So
No, the Anunnaki did.
I thought one of the consequences of Bacon's rebellion was that blacks couldn't own slaves or had to give up their slaves, or was that just in Virginia?
Yeah, that was just in that. Yeah, that was just there.
Okay.
But yeah, that was just there. But I love how these melanated people got this old fantasy that, you know what I'm saying, that we were the most righteous people in history. We was all angels, nigga, gods, kings, and angels, you know, queens, God, queens, kings, and angels. And we never did anything wrong. And all of a sudden, nigga, the white man was just born in some corner of the world somewhere, fucking got populated and came and just wiped out the first motherfuckers who've been here, who had been doing nothing. It's the dumbest shit ever. Nigga, you have been doing this shit since the beginning. It's fucking the Islamic slave trade, 1,400 years of slave trading slaves. It's fucking insane. And we didn't give a fuck about your color. It was where your ass from? What set you from? You know, what? You from where? Like, nigga, you don't know Islam? You're a slave. If you ain't from one of the clans that we're friendly with, and as far as our dynasty, nigga, you're a slave. Like, nigga, if we ain't doing business and all the rest of those things ain't in place, like, still, you a slave. So Dane Calloway has one where he talks about the Indian slave trade went in reverse. We're not gonna watch that because, you know, we watched a few things, but he talks about how a lot of the slave voyages were shipped from, and she talked about that too when she said they were in the New England area. They were shipping brothers to the Caribbean and then also shipping brother Tainos and stuff back to Africa. So this lady, is it right here?
The classroom?
Yeah, it is her, but which one was it? Oh, it was this one. So she's breaking down Dane Calloway's video, saying, was he right about the slave trade happening in reverse? And so she's giving her breakdown of his video. So you should visit her channel, actually. She got a lot of good videos. She actually has a lot of videos.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the community classroom. This is Dr. Tracy McCarthy, psychologist, attorney, and educator, and we're going to be discussing and addressing this issue of this date of 1619 and this commemoration of this date in terms of it being understood as the landmark date for the arrival of 20 and odd Africans arriving in America, in mainland America. And this quote unquote 400-year anniversary of that date and commemorating what has been indicated as the commencement of the transatlantic slave trade in terms of the mainland America. And so in addressing this, what we're going to be looking at is this issue of validity and reliability.
So really quick, all this stuff that we're teaching, especially about the North Americas, when I send you guys these classes, I hope you guys are really kind of studying this, because this is a new history you're learning. This is a reorganization of the history that you knew, but you have to learn this because you have to pass this on, because what's indoctrinating now and what's embedded in most melanated people's heads, especially your children and your families, is what's been told, is that bullshit about the slave trade. So this is why we're looking at these scholars right now, these people who taking their academic lives and taking the education that was given to them, that privilege, that education, that Caucasian education, and they're in these institutions, and they're using it to bring you your knowledge back. So this is what this is why we're watching this. But you have to get a good frame of mind of understanding, so that you can break this off to other people.
I'm going to focus on reliability. For those of you who do not know what reliability is in terms of research, reliability is basically the idea that you can find the same results over and over again if you use the methodology that the original researcher used. And so we're going to look at the reliability of Dane Calloway's research regarding this particular date. We're going to look at some of his research. We're going to look to see if there's some reliability regarding some of the assertions regarding slave trading irregularities in terms of the ships and in terms of the shipping of people to different destinations. And also that question of whether or not enslaved individuals were actually transported to Africa. And so we're going to look at all of those issues. And also remember, it's important that you do your own research. And so when someone presents some research findings to you, it is important and it is incumbent upon you to do your own research to follow that up. It's not always necessary for that person to continually provide research over and over and over again on that same topic. What researchers generally do is they attempt to replicate whatever it is that the original researcher did to see if they come up with the same findings. Now, when you're talking about someone who's doing ethnographic research or
you hear what she said? You're supposed to take information and go about and do your own research. I hope that this is what most people do when they go back and they're watching these people's channels. There's people like Taj Tariq and all these people who they consider their teachers online. Now they'll go back and keep just listening without doing their own research and going out and you becoming Taj Tariq, or you becoming, one of these other people who's supposed to be the scholar. That's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to take what they teach you, you go study it like a motherfucker, and then you become them. Not, hey, I'm a follower. I've been listening to you for 10 years. What? You've been listening to me for 10 years, nigga. I gave you the goddamn keys in the first damn month of all the damn places where I found all this shit. How come you didn't go look for it your damn self and become me? Why the fuck you following me after 10 years? So that's about apathy and not wanting to follow through on information. You gotta do your own research and study.
Research, which is apparently a substantial part of what Dane Calloway does. Then oftentimes you have to go out and do your own field research too. And so when you're looking for those primary sources, the researcher in those instances sort of becomes a primary source. So you have to get out there and become your own primary source. And first, let's look at the narrative surrounding this 1619 date. The narrative is that at Point Comfort on the James River, if you notice, there's a lot that goes on with the James River. There are a couple of narratives around the James River, and we're not going to get into one big narrative around the James River at this time, but there is another huge narrative related to the James River. Okay, so what it says is basically 20 and odd Negroes from this English ship called the White Lion were sold in, for food at this particular location. And then for some strange reason, they were likely sold into slavery again. So there's a lot of speculation. When you start to see things like likely and perhaps and maybe and things like that in historical literature, you might want to take it with a grain of salt. Okay, so you want to do some double checking there. So they give a speculation of the language that the people perhaps spoke. There's no indication as to why they thought they spoke this language, but there is this offering. And there's also an offering that they were on another ship that was bound for Mexico, the Bautista. But they were somehow stolen by the White Lion and another English ship, the Treasurer. Now remember, this is 1619. And then once in Virginia, they were dispersed throughout the colony, these 20 people. And the number of Africans increased to 32 by 1620, and then dropped sharply. Unclear how sharp that was by 1624. And then there is the indication that this was as a result of war and disease. It would probably be helpful if people interviewed the actual Indian nations involved in the war, because they would have some insight regarding the oral tradition surrounding the war and the individuals that were in the colonies at that time, or should we say in their land at that time. And there's additional information saying basically by 1628, a shipload of people from Angola showed up and were sold in Virginia. And this increased the African population dramatically. So we're going to look at some of the slave voyages.
Incidentally, so said from Angola, the first person who legally bought a slave, he was named Anthony Johnson. He was Angolan. So you can see how he kind of plays up. It kind of adds up.
To see if we can get a better understanding of when these individuals arrived and how they arrived, where they came from, where they landed. But before we go any further, we're going to make note of the Smithsonian's admonition regarding this date. And the Smithsonian has stated that there is a misguided focus on 1619 as the beginning of slavery in the US, and that this focus damages our understanding of American history. So they're basically saying that there is a misunderstanding out there, and it is skewing our understanding of history. Whenever you skew history in a particular direction, anytime you play around with facts in any particular way, you are going to mess with some other facts. Now remember, facts are not truth. Facts hopefully lead you to the truth. And so what they're saying is that the facts may be a little off, but these facts being off will serve to skew the truth. And so the Smithsonian goes on to explain how long quote unquote Africans have been in the Americas. And what they're basically saying is that enslaved Africans were a part of an expedition, a Spanish expedition, about 100 years prior to what is being stated. One of the interesting things in this write-up for the Smithsonian is that they say nearly 100 years before Jamestown, African actors enabled American colonies to survive. That's just such a strange language, African actors. Some people might presume that that means active agents, people who were active in the process. But it also sort of suggests that perhaps individuals who may not have actually been African enabled the colonies to survive. And so the question remains, who were these quote unquote actors?
Now we're gonna skip to the statistics because they got a couple more things to show, and the time is getting short. So I'm gonna skip to the. So this is slavevoyages.org. Y'all want to check out?
It was not a slave ship, and that's you try to find that ship, the white, particularly if they identify the person as a Negro, Black, colored. It does not necessarily mean that. In fact, when you see servant, the first thing that should jump out is an indentured servant versus an enslaved individual. Okay, so if you go to the slave database, what you will find if you try to find that ship, the White Lion, is nothing. And that is from 1514 to 1866. So there is no record of this particular ship. Of course, it would be offered perhaps that it was not a slave ship, and that's fair game. So you can look to see if you find the White Lion doing anything else.
Most were cargo ships. See, that's the slave ship bullshit. They turned a lot of cargo ships that were just already transporting goods, and they just fixed them to where they could transport people at the same time. So then when they stopped transporting people, they just became cargo ships again, which is a major reason why you don't see a lot of them in existence, or any in existence.
And here we have the other ship mentioned, the Bautista, and again, you will find no results. And for the third ship, the Treasurer, even though it was mentioned as a part of pilgrim voyages, you will find in terms of transporting any enslaved individuals anywhere, no results. And now we come to the interactive map that maps slave voyages, and it's an interactive map. So you can actually see those little dots that you see, those are actual ships moving out, and you can see where the ships start and where they go to, even if they start in one place, go to another place, and then sort of bounce off and then go from, like, let's say Brazil, and then they go to South Carolina, for instance. It would show you that. And what you'll find if you put in 1619, you will find that there are no ships that go to Point Comfort at that time, and there are no ships that appear to go from any other destination up near Point Comfort during that entire year. Now, what you will find in terms of disembarking, in terms of the slave trade, is that you will find that there are no ships that arrive in Virginia, any place in Virginia, from 1501 all the way down to 1651, and somewhere between 1651 and 1675, and it could be any one of those years, at some point in time, at some unspecified port in Virginia, 496 people show up on a slave ship.
Cargo
but
ship.
Also, please make note of the fact that no one shows up along the lower James River or the upper James River until between 1701 and 1725. Now, interestingly, that of course coincides with our discussion about the Kingdom of Judah and Dahomey. And so there are individuals with that sovereign's name, last name, in the Virginia area. And so it is possible that that's what's going on there. If you look at the slave manifest information for Benin, you will be able to draw all sorts of. Okay, now we are getting to a very interesting point here. And this is a tabulation of disembarking in America, in the Americas, and also Africa. And so what you will note is that from 1501 to 1875, for some odd reason, slaves, enslaved people were enslaved and shipped to Africa. And so the shipping to Africa from wherever they were shipping people to Africa started in 1576. And this continued on. There was a period there in 1601, 1625 where no people were shipped, and then 1701 to 1725 when it was picking up in the Americas, there was also just 5 people shipped.
So just look at this chart really quick so we can explain it and move on, because she talks kind of slow for the class right now. So first of all, in Europe total, from 1501 to 1875, actually really to 1800, there was only 7,000 slaves shipped to Europe. Only 7,500. Excuse me, 7,500 slaves. That's it. 7,500 slaves. North America, 301,000 slaves, almost 302,000 slaves. Sure. To the Caribbean, this is where you get the massive number of slaves when they talk about the transatlantic slave trade. And to the Caribbean, because it is Caribbean. See, it's 2 words, Carib bean. Carib bean is really what it is, because the Carib, when you eat carob, like carob chocolate and stuff like that, the Carib bean, that's really what it is. But 4,300,000 slaves, literally more than 4 million more, literally, than what came over here. Spanish, like Mexico, Spanish mainland, or Spain. It's probably Spain, actually. So 1,517 slaves. So all of those didn't come from Africa. But then they were shipping slaves. They were shipping slaves to Brazil, and here's Africa. This is what she was talking about. So over that time, damn it, there was 142 slaves shipped to Africa. 142,457 slaves shipped to Africa. Where did they come from? And this is what Dane Calloway's video was talking about. The slave trade happened in reverse. So literally, that's almost half the slaves we got there in total time. And the North Americans, we be crying as hell. We crying like a motherfucker about the slave trade. 400 years we've been enslaved and we've been on our backs. And
I like the rhythm.
I mean, goddamn, they be talking about that shit like it's the last goddamn thing in the universe. 400 years we struggled, and nigga, it was literally 142. Half the motherfuckers that came over here went back to when it was over in Africa.
So who created that narrative though of slavery just coming from Africa and back down here? Who created the who created that narrative?
Then the elites at the time, because you had you understand, they had to separate you from the landmass, and this is the other stuff we had to get into. That's why I had to cut the video off, because
So I mean, what are the elites? A mixture of black and white, or like who were the elites at the time?
In England, you talking about the elites in England?
Oh, okay.
Monarchy, they had to separate you from the land. So that's before they separated from the monarchy. But then after they separated from the monarchy, the Aboriginals and the colonist government, which is one of the things I wanted to show. The colonist government, they were basically working together. Literally, they were together, and so the Aboriginals came together and told them, "Look, nigga, now that y'all need to stop fucking with England. Y'all need to do what we doing." And I'm about to read that document to y'all in a minute, because he was like, "Look, dude, England is in your ass, man. Y'all don't really want to be fucking around with England, do you?" Well, let me see where that. Oh, here it is. Let me see if I can find that. All right. So you have the. Damn it. Hold on. .org/ where's the Iroquois? Oh, there it is. All right, so listen to this. This is crazy. So this is an in-depth breakdown of how the Iroquois played a part in the Constitution, in setting up the Constitution. So it says, did the Iroquois did the Iroquois Constitution influence the United States Constitution? Proponents say yes. Opponents say no. Among the proponents, historian Bruce Johansson, Donald Grind, Jeffrey blah 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 blah, whatever. Among the opponents, Elizabeth blah blah blah. We don't need to know who they are. Whether or not the Iroquois influence thesis is a proposition grounded in quicksand. On October 4th, 1988, during the 100th Congress, the U.S. House of Representatives passed House Concurrent Resolution 331 onto the Senate by a vote of 408 to 8. So first of all, 8 motherfuckers, they said no, which are they some assholes. But then on October 21st, 1988, the Senate approved the Senate Concurrent Resolution, blah, by unanimous voice vote. The joint resolution reads, in part, whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, whereas the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, that the Congress on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution acknowledges the contribution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and other Indian nations to the formation and development of the United States. Remember, Indian legally means the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America, all of them. Advocates of the Iroquois influence thesis point to anecdotal evidence. For instance, on March 20th, 1751, Benjamin Franklin offered an example of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy as a model for the union of the original 13 colonies, which formed in the United States. So right there, March 20th, 1751, Benjamin Franklin walked in and was like, look, nigga, we need to do, y'all seen this Iroquois shit? That's basically walked in like, y'all, hey, nigga, y'all seen this Iroquois thing over here, dog? So it would be a strange thing if 6 nations, it would be this is him, what he's saying. It would be a strange thing if 6 nations of ignorant savages should be capable of forming a scheme for such an union, and be able to execute it in such a manner as that it has subsisted ages and appears indissoluble, meaning can't be dissolved. And yet that a like union should be impracticable. I don't know how to say it. And that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or a dozen English colonies, to whom it is more necessary and must be more advantageous, and who cannot be supposed to want an equal understanding of their interests. So he's like, look, how can these niggas be ignorant savages and have some shit that's lasted for ages, since before we even got here, before we even thought of coming over here? But we can't get together. We can't get 10 or 12 colonies together. Who the hell is the savages? That's basically what Ben Franklin is like, nigga, they the savages? They got all these goddamn nations together, but we can't we can't get together for 2 damn seconds. So, as further evidence, in 1744, Onondaga chief, so this is even before that, the 1751 thing, Onondaga chief Kanasatego addressed the British colonists at the Treaty of Lancaster and spoke of the power of unity in forging an alliance of Confederate colonies. Now, alliance, didn't say allegiance, an alliance. It's a very important legal word. We heartily recommend union and a good agreement between we heartily recommend union and a good agreement between you, our brethren. Never disagree, but preserve a strict friendship for one another, and thereby you, as well as we, will become the stronger. Our wise forefathers established union and amity between the 5 nations. This has given us great weight and authority with our neighboring nations. We are a powerful confederacy, and by your observing the same methods our wise fathers have taken, you will acquire fresh strength and power. A treaty held at the town of Lancaster. So he basically told them. And again, this is 7 years before Benjamin Franklin spoke. So he had already, the idea was already put into their head by the Onondaga chief. Look, nigga, y'all fucking around. Y'all need to link up. tell England to kick rocks. So, okay, instead of influence, excuse me. Okay, instead of influence, let's talk about confluence of ideas by asking the broader question: are Deganawita's great law, and that's the great law of peace, and the Bahulu, I don't even know what the hell that says. Most great laws similar in principle. And so they're about to go, in this, they're going over the great laws, the great law of peace. I don't want to go over that. I just wanted to get to the point where they told them, the Native Americans told them, you need to start this. Like, y'all need to stop fucking around and come together in unity. And so, as you see, we can get to the House Joint Resolution. House Congressional Resolution. It's not gonna come up. Yes, House Congressional Resolution 331. So we went over this. Damn, that's not it. House Congressional Resolution. All right. What I'm getting at is very important about how you guys need to go about getting your shit. Come on, come on, come on. All right. All right. As we just saw, we read this part. To acknowledge the contributions of the Iroquois Confederacy to the development of the United States Constitution, and to reaffirm. And again, this says reaffirm. So meaning we're not coming to this conclusion now. We've already come to this conclusion. We're just saying we need to do this. We're just saying, yeah, we already came to this conclusion and we need to motherfucking follow through with this shit. So, and to reaffirm the continuing government-to-government relationship between Indian tribes and the United States established in the Constitution, whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, whereas the Confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles. We just read that. All right, so whereas since the formation of the United States, the Congress has recognized the sovereign status of Indian tribes and has, through the exercise of powers reserved to the federal government in the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, dealt with Indian tribes on a government-to-government basis, and has, through the Treaty Clause of the Constitution, entered into 370 treaties with the Indian nations, with Indian, I love how it says Indian tribal nations. See how they do it? They try to throw that word in there. A tribe and a nation are oxymoron. They're not the same thing. A little wordplay in there. So whereas from the first treaty entered into with an Indian nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians on September 7th, blah, 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 the Congress has assumed a trust responsibility and obligation to Indian tribes and their members. That's very important. The only thing that matters in law, and pretty much the 2 top things in law, is trust law. That trumps pretty much everything else in the world, is trust law. So they've taken a trust, again, a trust responsibility and obligation to the Indian tribes and their members. Whereas this trust responsibility calls for Congress to exercise the utmost good faith in dealings with Indians as provided in the Northwest Ordinance. Whereas the judicial system of the United States has consistently recognized and reaffirmed, not confirmed, reaffirmed this special relationship. Now, therefore, it be resolved by Congress. 1, the Congress, on the occasion of 200th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution, acknowledges the contribution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and the Indian nations to the formation and development of the United States. 2, the Congress also hereby reaffirms the constitutionally recognized government-to-government relationship with the Indian tribe, which has been a cornerstone of this nation's official Indian policy. 3, then this is where it gets important, this page right here. 3, the Congress specifically acknowledges and reaffirms the trust responsibility and obligation of the United States government to Indian tribes, including Alaska Natives, for their preservation, protection, and enhancement, including the provision of health, educational, social, economic assistance economic assistance programs as necessary, and including the duty to assist tribes in their performance of governmental responsibility to provide for the social economic well-being of their members and to preserve tribal cultural identity and heritage. The Congress also acknowledges the need to exercise the utmost good faith in upholding its treaties with the various tribes. Now, this is important, as the tribes understood them to be. That's important as fuck. The Congress recognizes the need to exercise the utmost good faith in the upholding its treaties with the various tribes as the tribes understood them to be. Not as we understood them to be, as the tribes understood them to be. And the duty of a great nation to uphold its legal and moral obligations for the benefit of all its citizens, so that they and their posterity may also continue to enjoy the rights they have enshrined in the United States Constitution for time immemorial. So that's important, right? That's very important right there. Now, why is that important? Because of this right here. So this is international. I could have read the American one, which I will in a second, but it's pretty much the same verbiage. If I can get to a PDF, here it is. Oh, that's the American one. Hold on. No, I don't want that. Man. Can I actually read it? Statements. Where's the PDF? Oh, let me see. PDF. Right here. Nope. Okay. So in General Assembly, where's the main one though? Start. Recognizing. Okay. I don't want to read through all that. You guys can go back and read all the provisions. So Article 1, indigenous peoples have the right to the full enjoyment as a collective or as individuals of all human rights and fundamental freedoms as recognized in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the International Human Rights Law. Indigenous peoples and individuals. So you can come back and claim your right, your status as, now you don't have to come back as a people to claim your status. So indigenous peoples and individuals are free and equal to all other peoples and individuals and have the right to be free from any kind of discrimination in the exercise of their rights. In particular, that based on their indigenous origin or identity. 3, indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. Do you understand what that means? By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Nobody can tell you that you're a Native American. I can't come back and tell you that you're Aboriginal. You got to do it. Again, Article 4, indigenous peoples in exercising their right to self-determination, again, have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their autonomous functions. Indigenous people have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, and social and cultural institutions while retaining their right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, and social cultural life of the state. Every indigenous individual has the right to a nationality. So you see what's going on. You got to read. You keep reading, but the main one there is the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination. Now, why is that? Why is that important? Go back to this one. And this is from America. Oops. All right, same thing. And get to the article one. Article 1. Boom. American Declaration of Rights, Indigenous Peoples applies to the indigenous peoples of the Americas, not just North America, of the Americas. Boom. 2, self-identification as indigenous peoples will be a fundamental criteria for determining to whom this declaration applies. The states shall respect the right to such self-identification as indigenous, individually or collectively, as indigenous, individually or collectively, in keeping with the practices and institutions of each indigenous people. State recognizes and respects the multicultural and multilingual character of the indigenous peoples who are an integral part of their societies. The indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. So again, this is basically copied right off the UN, but this is for you in America. You have the right to self-determination. That's major. Because now when you do your paperwork and you come back and you take your status back, they can't, it's the burden of proof to prove who you are is on them if they want to disprove what you're saying. Because based off of what all the laws you're going to bring in, I have the right to self-determination individually. I don't need a nation. It just said I don't need a people. I can self-determine individually who the fuck I am and where my indigenous status is, or my Aboriginal status is. You're going to use Aboriginal, and you're going to say Aboriginal because Indian. They say Indian in here is the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. So you're going to use that and not indigenous or native. That's a trick. That's a trap. So, but they just showed you. They just gave you literally what you needed to get back on board. And as I don't know if you were watching the live stream, I read the let's see if I can find it, the Dred Scott case. Oops. So I need the opinion. I always want to come back with your goddamn bullshit. Everybody got their own interpretation of it. They got to, instead of just putting the case down, they got to put their, well, it really meant this. What they were saying was actually this. What's going on with this? All right. So let's keep it going. I've read this part to you before about the determination, about them only saying the only matter that we're dealing with is the fact that you called yourself a slave, descended from African slaves. That's the status that you came into this court with. So we don't have any remedy for you in the court because slaves can't bring lawsuit. Slaves can't bring suit in our court of law. So that's where it is. The question simply is this: can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States? See, that's the only question. Can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country become a member of our society? And so then it gets down to here, where it says the situation of this population, talking about Africans, was altogether unlike that of the Indian race. The latter, it is true, formed no part of colonial communities and never amalgamated with them in social connections or in government, but although they were uncivilized, which is bullshit, they were yet a free and independent people associated together in nations or tribes and governed by their own laws. Many of these political communities were situated in territories to which the white race claimed the ultimate right of dominion. But that claim was acknowledged to be subject to the right of the Indians to occupy it as long as they thought proper. And neither the English nor the colonial governments claimed or exercised any dominion over the tribe or nation by whom it was occupied, nor claimed the right to the possession of the territory until the tribe or nation consented to cede it. Give it up. These Indian governments were regarded and treated as foreign governments, as much so as if an ocean had separated the red man from the white, and their freedom has constantly been acknowledged from the time of the first immigration to the English colonies to the present day by the different governments which succeeded each other. Treaties have been negotiated with them, and their alliance sought for in war. And the people who compose these Indian political communities have always been treated as foreigners not living under our government. It is true that the course of events has brought the Indian tribes to the limits, within the limits of the United States, under subjugation to the white race, and it has been found necessary for their sake, as our own, to regard them as in a state of pupillage, and to legislate to a certain extent over them and the territory they occupy. But they may, without a doubt, like the subjects of any other foreign government, be naturalized by the authority of Congress and become citizens of the state and the United States. So when he's saying right here, because this is early 1700s, they didn't occupy and own all the whole country at that time. They weren't even you still had all the nations going. But if a nation seceded land to the government, to the United States, like he just said, if they gave over land and you still had members of the tribe living over there, then you had to live according to how the United States wanted you to live, because they owned it now. And this is one of the things that you won't see. I can't show you this online because I went to the library and pulled this from one of the old books. It's called the Diplomatic Correspondence of the United States of America, from 1783 to 1789. So this is everything. This basically would be like the tweets back then. If you want to equate it to something, it would be like all the tweets that were going on back then from everybody. So this was Benjamin Franklin, and he was sending a letter to John Jay, and this is about the Native Americans, about one chief from the Wyandot Nation, right? So he goes, let me just show you the relationship. All right. So Scotosh, an Indian chief of the Wyandots and son of the half-king of that nation, visited the president. So the president at that time was Nathaniel Gorham, in July of this was written in July 3rd, 1786, from Philadelphia. So that was Nathaniel Gorham, he says, that who was the president. So an Indian chief, an Indian chief of the Wyandots and son of the half-king of that nation, visited the president, accompanied by Monsignor Pierre Dollier, a French trader of Detroit, as interpreter, who acquainted the president that the chief had a few words to deliver from his father, right? The chief then taking in his hands 3 strings of white wampum, said, and now he's speaking, "Brother, I have come from my father to speak to you of good and bad affairs, good and bad news. My father now speaks. Now he's speaking as his father. My brothers, I inform you that among my people all is good. We have no bad affairs, no bad news to relate to you, nor have I heard of any bad news from Detroit. Then he lays down a string. Then he goes, near the falls, I have heard there are bad affairs, but that country is far from mine. See how that country, that country is far from mine. You talk about the falls, he's talking about Niagara Falls, upstate New York. There are some bad people thereabouts, vagabonds from different nations, but none of my people are among them. And he lays down another string. My brothers, I shall be very glad to hear that the measuring the Indian country may be delayed. For the bad people will, I fear, take occasion from the measuring to do more mischief. Perhaps the measurers will be killed. So basically, these niggas was taking up land. They were, measuring out the land and shit. The borders of the land. But some of those workers, they would go out and they'd be fucking around. They'd be trying to mess with the Native American women and doing crazy and fucked up shit. So the Native Americans would smack them. They would kill them. Hey, like, nigga, if you fucking around over here, nigga, we don't play that shit. So that's what was going on. The measurers, I forgot what they would be called today, the technical term for them. But they were out, they were fucking up. And so the Native Americans were smacking them. So
the surveyors.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. God damn it. Right there. Surveyors. So they was out there doing fucked up shit. And so he was like, yo, I'm glad y'all delaying the surveying or the measuring because, he says, where is it right here? I shall be very glad to hear that the measuring the Indian country may be delayed. For the bad people, I fear, take occasion from the measuring to do more mischief. Perhaps the measurers will be killed, and it would give pain to me and my nation to hear such bad news. The chief then spoke as himself. Now he's not talking as his father anymore. Brothers, you have made a good, clear road for us to come to you without danger or inconvenience. I have found it good and safe, having been kindly treated everywhere by your people. We will do the same for them when they occasion to pass through our country. Brothers, I request you would as soon as possible let me know what you think of the words I brought from my father, that I may acquaint him therewith, and that mischief to the measurers may be prevented. He added that he was going to New York to visit Congress, and that he had a curiosity to cross the seas and see France. This is Benjamin Franklin talking now. He's talking about Scotash. Scotash said he was going to go to New York, and he also wanted to go to France. So he says, then the president replied that he would communicate the words to the council and on Wednesday give an answer. He had no expectations of so much formality in this visit, or he would have requested a meeting of the council, basically Congress. So basically, Scotash went over there and was like, look, good looking out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all put me up. Y'all done fed me. I appreciate y'all. But I'm about to roll up to New York. He in Philadelphia right now. I'm about to shoot up to New York. Y'all got me on that too? That's basically what Scotash was saying. Hey, nigga, I want to go to New York and I want to roll out to France and holler at y'all niggas in France. Y'all got me on both of those trips? What's happening? Y'all he's basically patting niggas' pockets. Like, y'all got me on that? Y'all been good so far, nigga. Don't stop now, my nigga.
He was deboing them.
Right. That's basically what he's doing, but on the low. So this is the response. So check this out. So on the 5th, 2 days later, Scotash, the son, this is Benjamin Franklin again. So Scotash, son of the half king of the Wyandots, with Monsignor Doulier, his interpreter, coming again to the president's house, the president spoke to him as follows. Now, this is the president speaking, right? Brother, I have communicated to the council the words you delivered to me from my father. I don't think y'all heard that right.
Wait a minute, what?
Let me go over that one more time. Skotash, son of the king, son of the half king of the Wyandots, with his interpreter, coming again to the president's house. The president spoke to him, speaking to Skotash, as follows. Brother, this is from the president now. Brother, I have communicated to the council the word you delivered to me from my father. So basically, he's calling Skotash's father his father too. Yeah.
Say what?
Yeah. This motherfucker just called Skotash's father his father. Basically, he's like, look, I just, I heard, you want me to get you going to New York and to France. So I just basically hollered at the council. I spit at the council the words you told me to tell the council from my father, your dad. That's what he just called him. So, and we now return the answer I'm about to give to you to be sent to our brother. To be sent to him. Our brother, we are glad to learn from you that there are no bad affairs in your country. And so this is the president speaking as the council, talking back to Skotash's dad. Our brother, we are glad to learn from you that there are no bad affairs in your country and that all is well with you. We hope it may long continue. He lays down the string. So he's doing the Native American tradition thing. This is the president. So he lays down the string. We know there are some bad people about the falls, from whence we sometimes hear of mischief done by them. We are glad that none of our friends, the Wyandots, are among them, for they will probably soon suffer for their evil actions. Talking about both of them, talking about the surveyors and the niggas who killing them. For they will suffer for their bad actions. Then he goes and he lays down another string. Then he goes again. Our brother, this state of Pennsylvania measures no lands but what has been fairly purchased of the 6 nations. The country you speak of is far beyond our limits, and the measuring of it under the direction of the Congress. So he just called Detroit, not Detroit, the Falls. Talking about up in New York. So it's like the country you speak of. No, wait, was it Detroit? No, it's Detroit. They were doing the land measuring in Detroit.
I thought it was Niagara. No, he said he was going to Niagara, wasn't he?
Wait, let me go back. I think wherever it was, he's calling.
Because he was finna leave there and go somewhere else. And then he wanted to go to France.
So near the falls. So yeah, but no, where he was no, so that must not be Niagara Falls. There must be another falls near Detroit. Because it's not that. It's some falls near Detroit. I thought it was Niagara Falls, but it's some falls near Detroit. So basically, though, he's calling Detroit a whole nother country. Like, nigga, Pennsylvania is one country. This is very important. Your state status was highly important before the federal government came in and took over everything. So basically, he said Pennsylvania, that country is far from ours. Like, nigga, we don't fuck around with that. That's some other motherfuckers, and the measuring of that is up to the Congress. But that country ain't up to us. That's far beyond our limits, my nigga. So let me finish reading. So let me go back to that. So this state of Pennsylvania measures no lands but what has been fairly purchased of the 6 nations. The country you speak of is far beyond our limits and the measuring of it under the direction of the Congress. It is therefore with that great council to consider your friendly advice on that subject. He lays down another string. The president then acquainted Skotash that that as he was going to New York, the council had ordered some money to be given to him for his traveling expenses, which was accordingly done, and that the charge of their entertainment while here would also be defrayed, for which he returned hearty thanks. He was at the same time assured that we should endeavor always to keep the road between us as open, clear, and safe as we found it. So he was basically like, hey, my nigga, yeah, the council was like, we got you on your trip to New York. So here's a little chip. Take that with you. The shit you talking about that's going on at the falls, we don't know nothing about that. That ain't got nothing to do with us. We only fuck with the lands y'all gave us. and peace out, my nigga. Good looking out. You know what I'm saying? We good.
Basically, I have to talk to another country about that.
Right. You gotta holler at the. Well, no, because Detroit was still, remember back then, you still kind of, they came together to try to form a central government, the Confederacy. So you still had the Confederacy going. So they did have the federal government was a small little entity at that time. And so that's why he was saying the Congress. You need to talk to the Congress about that, because the Congress was the federal government.
Oh, okay.
A small group of cats who dealt with external affairs, basically like Indian affairs and stuff like that. That's why they had to get the council's approvals or Congress's approval to give him money to travel, right? Because when you're dealing with you're dealing with the Wyandotte or the Indians. It's government to government, which dealt with the Congress, right? It's not state to state. So that's basically why he was like, look, we want to give you money, to travel to New York, but we got to holler at the council, the Congress to do it. Come back. Oh yeah, Congress said, you good, my nigga. Here, take this chip. Here, you know what I'm saying? Here, this food. And don't worry about, you know what I'm saying, while you was here, all the food that we gave you, you good. You need anything? No, you good? All right, nigga. I'll holler at you later, my nigga. Peace out. That's what that was. Real quick. But the president calling him father and brother. See that?
Yeah.
That's how close that shit is. See, no one has this correspondence. Nobody got this. You got to go to the Library of Congress or to deep into the they may have it online now. Who knows? They printed all this. This was 17 years ago. I got this. 16 years ago. So maybe they took all the books in the libraries and printed them now. So maybe this may be online. But but yeah, so just showing you guys how ill that shit is. Like the connection with your Aboriginal status is everything. It's all that is, and it's the shit they try to hide from you. Yeah, we'll play up all this African bullshit all day. Back to Africa. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Africa. That's why, Liberia. They were shipping out when she was gonna show in here, a lot of countries was being shipped. Actually, in another video, she shows that a lot of people were being shipped to Liberia and Sierra Leone. See, this is before they created the states. They created those states. Liberia was created by America, and that was so they can ship the freed slaves over there to get your ass off this landmass to make you think that you was from Africa. So they just start shipping a gang of motherfuckers over there. Like, yeah, nigga, don't y'all want to go to Africa? Don't you go back? You want to go back home, right? Right? Yeah. All right, get your ass on that boat. Take the fucking get out of here, and then give up all your rights to the resources of this land. Because that's what it's all about. America became the biggest producer of oil in the world, which is why they became the biggest superpower in the world. In the early 1900s, mid 1900s, that's when the oil boom happened over here. They raped all that oil is our shit.
Not no more. It's gone now.
No, it's not. Right now,
You still have more?
Nigga, right now, America is the biggest producer of oil in the world. Right now.
I thought it was running low.
No, we was. They found some more.
And they still got rigs over in Texas just capped. They ain't doing nothing.
Dude, Jason, who's in our investment group, that's what he does, fracking.
Yeah.
So through fracking, so they found more oil off the coast. That's why they fracking off the coast of these shores. That's where they found more oil. So right now, America is the largest. We produce more oil than anybody. Saudi Arabia and everybody. Because Trump went on there, thank you, Saudi, for making the barrels of oil from $84 to $50-something or whatever the hell it was. And then the news went on right on after and said, why are you thanking Saudi Arabia for dropping the oil prices? We make more oil, we produce more oil than they do. we the largest oil producers in the world right now, America. So they still raping your fucking land. Dude, they are sucking the air out of this whole shit and then gonna try to slide it back. Like, all right, nigga, you want it back now? After they, it's like giving you the chick that, every nigga that been around the block. And they come back saying, you want her now, nigga?
Yeah, basically trying to give you a refurb.
A what?
A refurb that ain't even been refurbished.
Right. There was something real quick. I want to show you this coming to America in symbolism. So that was a gang of stuff I wanted to get to. We didn't have a chance, but this is so symbolism about coming to America, about British. This is about Moorish, the Moorish Moorish royalty in Britain, and this dude was saying he was breaking down how coming to America was all about the Moorish nobility in England. And he was breaking down, he had a whole breakdown of it. That was pretty good. Actually, there's some stuff I had never looked at it before like that, but because most people think Eddie Murphy wrote that movie, but he didn't. He wrote all the funny shit, the scenes, the funny scenes, but he didn't write the story. Somebody else wrote the story. As a matter of fact, they sued Eddie for it, and he got and got paid like fucking $300 million or something. No, the movie made $300 million. The dude got like a certain percent of what they made. So let's peep this. Damn it, there was some other shit I wanted to get to too. Let's see if we got time.
Okay, so this is going to be a video about the film Coming to America, the classic 80s film starring Eddie Murphy. And you've probably seen it already. If you haven't seen it, then I encourage you to just get a copy, watch it somewhere. It's an extremely good film, very funny in its own right. But what I'm going to do is talk about the symbolism in the film and how it actually, the whole symbolic meaning of it is talking about the Britannic Moorish royalty or nobility, and the way that the Britannic Moors were also put into slavery in the United States.
So, real quick, going back to, you got Outlaw King. All of this plays the same part. That nobility was all about Scotland and England. Not just England, because you got the UK. The UK is Scotland and all the rest of them united. Ireland's not in there, but Scotland is.
To begin with the symbolism, to jump straight in there, you got the king of Zamunda, who's like the main head king, who's called King Joffrey Joe, okay, played by James Earl Jones. And around his neck during the film, he wears a gold kind of chain, kind of thing like a mayor would wear, okay? And it's got a lot of symbols on this kind of chain, this gold chain. And if you look closely, so I'll show a picture of it here. And one of the symbols on there is this a cross, like an X. Now, this is a very highly used Moorish symbol, which is used throughout the world by loads of different organizations, corporations, etc. In that kind of symbolic way, which we know that they use all of the Moorish kind of symbols. Now, what this cross is, it's known as over here as the saltire, and it's the same symbol that you have on the Scottish flag. It's also the same symbol you have on the Jamaican flag, which shows the.
So just to give you a background, this guy is in Britain, so he's seeing a lot of stuff that we don't see. Like we wouldn't be able to see because he's living there in the culture. That's why he was able to break off a lot of this different shit.
His flag. It's also the same symbol you have in the Jamaican flag, which shows the relationship between Scotland and Jamaica. But on the Scottish flag, you'll see this symbol. And this is the current national Scottish flag. But also you'll see this symbol going back to ancient Egypt. If you look up some statues of, say, Osiris, you'll see him standing with his arms crossed in exactly the same symbol. This symbol relates to the zodiac and different points within the zodiac. If you imagine a circle going around the cross, you'll also see this symbol in the skull and bones and lots of other different places throughout history and organizations, as I've already said. Now, also on this, on Joffrey's medallion thing, which he wears around his neck, you have another symbol, which is a triangle with a circle inside it. Now, already, the Moorish, you may know that the Moorish Great Seal is the pyramid sign with the third eye, or first eye, as I like to call it, at the top, which is also symbolic of a circle. But also, this symbol, this exact same one, this specific symbol, which you see on Joffrey's chain, is the symbol that you see that is on the chair that Elizabeth II, the so-called Queen, the Queen of the United Kingdom, so-called Queen of England, etc. She goes and sits on this chair when she does a Queen's speech once a year. This chair is found in the House of Commons and House of Lords in the Houses of Parliament over here in Britain. So those are two different symbols, different Britannic symbols that, Moorish Britannic symbols that Joffrey is wearing on his chain around his neck. Then, when we get to Eddie being in America, he goes to work for a place called Dow's, okay? And the uniform that everyone working at Dow's wears is tartan, same as Scottish national dress, okay? So there, again, showing you the connection that this is part of the old kind of Britannic kind of link. Then you've also got McDowell himself. For a start, he's a Moor, but also his name, McDowell, is a Scottish name. And you've also got the L in there, or eel, from the end, McDowell L, yeah? Showing you the Moorish connection again. Now, McDowell also lives in a part of Queens called Jamaica, okay? Now, a lot of the Britannic Moors from over here in Britain, when they left Britain, a lot of them went to Jamaica, which is why you find a lot of Jamaican people have Scottish surnames. And also, as I said earlier, why you have the same Saltire symbol on the Jamaican flag as that is on the Scottish national flag. So, and a lot of them got caught up in so-called slavery, enslaved, indentured servitude, highly totalitarian like forms of work, you could say. And you can see this is the same thing which Eddie and I can't remember his friend, his name, who's with him, but both they're sweeping the floors in.
Say what?
Is he talking about Semi, his friend?
Semi. Yeah, Semi. Arsenio Hall.
Arsenio Hall.
Oh, damn. Okay, damn. I can't remember that nigga name.
Dowd, they got the lowest job. His friend, his name, who's with him. But both of them, obviously, they're sweeping the floors in the McDowell. They got the lowest job. And then even like McDowell hires them for a party at one point, and he just has them outside, like working in the cold and like, you know, just serving people, and he just treated them really like really lowly. So you can see from there the kind of slavery aspect that they're bringing in. Then you add to this, on the plane that Eddie /Akeem flies on from Zamunda to America, they show the plane very briefly, and it's a British Airways plane. Now, I'm not sure how many flights you have going from, say, Africa or wherever Zamunda is supposed to be to America, which are British Airways flights, but I imagine if there are any, it's very few. I don't even think there would be. British Airways, as you know, it's simple to know that they operate mainly flights from Britain to other places in the world, okay, and vice versa. Then, just as a little side note, just to show more of the Moorish kind of symbolism in the movie, at the start of one scene, very briefly, I can't remember exactly where in the film, so but they show this painting with a Moorish building in the background. Okay, it's very clearly, you got a McDowell sign in the foreground and you got a Moorish painting in the background. Just to show you again, they're just showing we kind of.
You know what he's talking about?
As far as the building,
Yeah.
the one in the very back.
Which one?
The one in the very back in the center, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that one?
Well, it's that one and the next one to it, because it looks like almost, well, I don't know if that one on the far left is part of it.
Domes and minarets are from whose culture?
Greek?
Huh? No, that's Moors. When you go, you see Islamic culture. In Islamic culture, you'll see domes and minarets all throughout there. So domes represent the penis, and the minarets represent, which would be like this. No, excuse me. The minarets represent the penis, and the domes represent the breast of the woman.
I was thinking that. What aren't they called something else, like steeples or staples or something like that?
Well, they, in Christian terms, they're called steeples, but the actual term is they're domes and minarets. But that dome is not the actual term for it either. And problem with that, but it represents the breast of the woman and the penis of the man. And so this is but these are with mosques. Mosques are shaped like this. That's what we're talking about.
Now, is the one over on the far left also included in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Winking at you and showing you, like, you know, what is in the background. Just to show you again, they're just showing, kind of winking at you and showing you, like, you know, what it's about. Then we move over to the Zamunda flag. Now, this flag is shown, flown on the Waldorf Hotel when King Joffrey Joe, the head king, comes to America to see what's going on with Akeem. Okay, they show this flag twice in the movie, just flying at the Waldorf. And as you can see, it's got this lion symbol on it. Now, this lion symbol is the same lion that you have on the flag, which is the royal Scottish flag, the royal one. Okay, if you look up the royal Scottish flag or royal Scottish banner, you will see this same lion in the same exact symbol. This lion is a very extremely popular symbol found in lots of different coats of arms around Europe, and lots of different symbolism around the world. For example, Peugeot, the car company, it's also the same lion which is found on I think it's the city of Jerusalem, the emblem for the city of Jerusalem. And it's also the line, to go further back, the line is symbolic. Well, it's the symbol of the tribe of Judah from the Israelites. And it's also at the highest symbolic meaning, from my understanding, is Leo, related to the sun, etc. So you can see that the Zamunda flag is also the same as has the same symbol as the Scottish national, not Scottish national, Scottish royal flag. Okay. Also, there's one point when King Joffrey Joe comes over and he gets some information from someone and he pays them some money. And he hands over the money and they show quickly, very quick shot of the money. And you can see that the money is in pounds. Okay. Now, to my understanding, there's only one country in the world which uses pounds as its currency. And that's, at the moment, United Kingdom. So again, another hint to what they're really.
Now he's really breaking all this shit off. He's right, nigga. Why is all this British shit in here?
Yeah.
He's absolutely fucking right. I'm like, I didn't even see all this shit. I'm like, why? I was looking at this, I'm like, hell yeah, why is this nigga on British Airways coming from fucking Zamunda?
Yeah. and the flag.
Airways in Zamunda.
And the flag almost looks somewhat similar to the one in Outlaw King when they raised the dragon banner.
Right, when he raised the dragon banner. Dude, that was he's like, raise the dragon. That shit was dope as hell when he said that. He said,
yeah.
Dragon. I was like, oh yeah, bitches. But no, but yeah, he's right about this shit though. This is, the pounds are only in England. Why is or in the UK?
Okay. Another hint to what they're really talking about. Okay. Also, if you notice throughout the whole film, the whole of the Zamunda royal family, every time they talk, it's in English. They never not even once use any form of indigenous African language that you might expect if this was, African royal family, which is kind of made out to be when they show the site of Zamunda with lots of elephants and giraffes and that kind of thing. But yeah, not once in the film. You might expect them to say, okay, just throw it in just a tiny bit, and I don't even remember, I don't recall any kind of even sign that they have up in the palace or anything which is in some kind of indigenous African language. So again, that's just another hint to show you, more than a hint really, but it's very closely it's very well hidden to show you that, again, they're talking about Britannic Moors. And when I say the Britannic Moors, I mean the Moors of Britain, of royal family of Britain, a true kind of royal nobility of Britain, which is the Moors of Britain. And then also, finally, to wrap it up, King Joffrey Joe generally wears a lion around, his body as he's going around. Again, going back to the lion symbol, which I talked about earlier. Okay. So yeah, all this together goes to just show that the whole kind of, this is telling the story that the true Britannic nobility or royal family are Moors, or were Moors. And if they were, then, they still are. So yeah, just wanted to try and put this on video. Also, another thing, before I close off the video, you got Zamunda, the name Zamunda. Now, the name London actually originates from Lunadon, and Luna is another name for the moon. Okay, so then you got Zamunda, or you could say Zamunda. Okay, so there's again showing you the link as well, just through the name of the place. Yeah, so that's it. I'm gonna wrap it up there. I'm Gary Hill.
All right, you might have been reaching on that last one though, nigga. But all the other stuff though, he was breaking it down.
Yeah, on that last one, I wasn't following him on that. I didn't understand that correlation.
Yeah, good reaching on that shit. But let's see which one. Where was it? So you guys ever seen this dude?
Yeah, he from England. He a rapper, ain't
he? Yeah, but he actually I've actually never heard him rap. I only heard him break down information.
Yeah, he a rapper, man.
He's a rapper. He's a rapper. Again, I don't know nothing about this nigga's rapping, but this nigga's knowledge is off the chain. This nigga knows some shit. So,
Ain't he been on Vlad before?
Huh?
DJ Vlad. Ain't he been on Vlad TV before?
Probably. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I've only seen him breaking down knowledge. But he's at Oxford talking to a group, and I want y'all to look at the audience. What he's talking about, really quick, and then the audience that he's telling it to. Watch this shit. Oxford University.
There's consensus that Egypt has been invaded over half a dozen times. I haven't even included in this list the Ottoman invasion. I haven't included the French or the British invasion. It all came after this. But the Arab invasion in the 7th century of the Common Era, then the Vandals, which is where the word vandalism came from, because they were a bit mad, to use the technical term. That came in the 5th century. They are German people. Then the whole of North Africa, not just Egypt, was a Roman province. Before that, Greek, before that, Persian in 525 BC. At the most conservative estimate, ancient Egyptian history, pharaonic kingship, begins in 3100 BC. I say most conservative because I don't actually agree with that chronology, because my teacher, Robin Walker, big shout out to the OG, taught me that there's reasons to disagree with that chronology. But nonetheless, if we go with the most conservative estimate, can we see that the Persians still got to Egypt 2,500 years after the founding of ancient Egyptian kingship? So who was living in Northeast Africa prior to all of these invasions from people that are not from Africa? Well, let's see. The ancient Greeks saw the ancient Egyptians for themselves. They were in Egypt during the Persian invasion, and of course, then when they ruled Egypt for a little while. Let's see what some of them had to say. Next slide, please. Theodorus of Sicily, General Histories, Book 3, 30 BC. Now, the Ethiopians, for those who don't know, Ethiopian literally means of the burnt face. It wasn't an insulting term, it was a generic term for black person, yeah, back in the day, and it referred to generally all of Africa, and even the Greeks used it to refer to parts of India. If you go to India today, in southern India, you'll find people, some people, as black as any people in Africa. So it shouldn't surprise you if that term was used. It was a generic term meaning black. Now, the Ethiopians, as historians relate, were the first of all men. The proofs of this statement, they say, are manifest. They also say the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians. Now, can you see, we're told modern science discovered that Africans were the first people on the planet. But here is an ancient Greek historian saying that Africans were already saying we were the first people on the planet in 30 BC. Herodotus, the father of history, there can be no doubt but that the Colchians are an Egyptian race. Before I heard any mention of the fact from others, I'd remarked it myself. My own conjectures were founded on the fact that they are black-skinned and have woolly hair, afro. Yeah, the Colchians, by the way, are a group of people in southern Russia at the time. Whole host of other Greek scholars, including Aristotle.
In Russia, dark skin, woolly hair. Now, if you notice the crowd, how many melanated people were in that crowd?
I just seen one.
I don't see any.
Yeah, I didn't even see that one.
He over to the left towards the back.
It's two over to the left. Watch, I'll go back. Well, he's gonna show him again.
And there's loads more I could have put. Seem very unconfused about the ancient Egyptians' ethnicity. We can't have it both ways. Either the ancient Greeks were one of the most intelligent, civilized people ever, or they were so stupid they couldn't recognize the colors of people they saw for their own eyes. But we can't have it both ways, you see? Next slide.
Now, there's a nigga in the back right here, between these two people right here. So dark you actually can't see him, and there's one right there. And right on that. But that's it.
Here are some Egyptologists. It's important for us to understand the way early Egyptology evolved. When the French came to Egypt and colonized Egypt, it was in the height of transatlantic slavery, late 1700s, Napoleonic expedition to Egypt. The Sphinx, the pyramids, all of these things are newly rediscovered. And immediately the French are like, uh-oh, we've got a bit of a problem here because we have an economy based on the pseudoscientific idea of racism, based on the idea that some races, namely the white race, an invention, is superior to other races, particularly the black. And the discovery of an ancient African civilization, thousands of years before there was anything of comparable stature in France or England, not an insult, just a fact of history, created some problems. Now, some scholars immediately reacted to this by saying, okay, well, clearly racism is nonsense. Hooray, we can do away with such a stupid idea. Of course, foreign policy realized this wasn't terribly convenient if your economy depends on racialized slavery. So even though some honest scholars came out and told the truth, many scholars went against this, and you're going to see how ridiculous some of the explanations got. Champollion, not the main Champollion, but the brother of Francois Champollion, had the following to say. I'm not going to read it all, but if you look closely, he says that Volney's basically chatting rubbish. There's no way the ancient Egyptians could have been black. But let's get to the end, and this is how funny it is. Listen to this part. Volney invokes that of Herodotus, who recalls that the Colchians had black skin and woolly hair. Yet these two physical qualities, black skin and afro hair, do not suffice to characterize the Negro race, and Volney's conclusion as to the Negro origin of the Egyptians is evidently false and inadmissible. Now, he didn't offer any evidence. All he said was having black skin and woolly hair doesn't make you black. And if we go back into the racial science of the day, you will understand that it was actually argued by otherwise intelligent people that there were two races of black people. There were Negroes and there were Hamites. Hamites were any Africans that didn't look absolutely stereotypically what we think of West African people to supposedly look like. Anyone that has a slightly thin nose or any kind of straight hair or any features randomly that we decide was a Hamite. And Hamites were responsible for all of the civilization in Africa, and they descended from Europeans. Negroes, on the other hand, they were the real black people. And even when we find evidence of Negroes, we'll just say they were Hamites, as you have here. This is how silly and how ridiculous ideas, pseudo-scientific ideas like race make otherwise intelligent people behave. Next slide, please. This is one particular comment, one of my favorite. He said, there are a people now forgotten, discovered, while others were yet barbarians, the elements of the arts and sciences, a race of men, now, of course, like most sexist men, he used men, but he meant all humans, because we just normalize that kind of language, men to represent all of humanity, now rejected from society for their sable skin and frizzled hair, founded on the study of the laws of nature, those civil and religious systems which still govern the universe. Again, two early Egyptologists saying very much the same thing. Egyptian civilization is not Asiatic, but African in origin, of Negro origin. However paradoxical this may seem, we are not accustomed, in fact, to endow the black or related races with too much intelligence. So Professor Abiy Amelou straight away hit on what the issue was. Francois Champollion, the founding father of Egyptology, the man who decoded the Rosetta Stone, what did he have to say? Because apparently, according to National Geographic, the only people that think the ancient Egyptians were black were crazy Afrocentric black people. But let's see. The Egyptians belong to a race quite similar to the Kenuas, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, or Barbarous, present inhabitants of Nubia, Sudan. In the present Copts of Egypt, we do not find any of the characteristic features of the ancient Egyptian population. The Copts are the result of crossbreeding. Seems normal when a country gets invaded, there's interbreeding. The people that live in America today are not representative of the ancient indigenous Americans for the most part. Even though those people still live there, the average citizen of New York does not look like the average American 500 years ago. Of all the nations that successively dominated Egypt, i.e. the Greeks and Romans, it is wrong to seek in them the principal features of the old race. And I could go on ad infinitum of Egyptologist after Egyptologist, who even if they felt compelled to racially abuse the ancient Egyptians, which many of them did, some of the art historians talk about, how can you ever say their carvings are nice when they're so obviously Negro? Many of them, scores of them are like, well, obviously they were black, that's why they were uncivilized. So Egyptologists were presented with this real problem. Either ancient Egypt was civilized and European, or uncivilized and African. And very few of them acknowledged that it was both highly civilized, highly technically advanced, and also African, but a few of them did. I'm not going to come here and pretend to you that it was a feminist paradise, but what we do know is there were 5 female pharaohs. Women could inherit and bequeath property, and of course, we had female physicians. Medical specialization, shipbuilding and expeditions, copious amounts of literature in poetry and prose has survived. There is 3 great volumes of ancient Egyptian literature published by a scholar called Mary Lichtenheim. I suggest you look them up, in addition to the coffin text and the pyramid text and others. Next slide, please.
So that's not the full. He got the full. You want to watch the full one? It's in. It's down here. This whole. It's actually pretty dope. Like when he's breaking off, it's actually pretty dope. Y'all should watch it. But I wanted to get to this because he from this he's talking about breaking down, you know, the true history of, you know, ancestors and race and all that, because he's half Caucasian and he grew up in a classist society. In he grew up in a classist society in England. So it's funny. Now, I want y'all to watch these Caucasian motherfuckers on this show that he's with and how dirty they do this nigga.
Incorrigible delinquents at times. Behave yourself, man.
Joined by the poet, rapper, activist. I'm delighted to be joined by the poet, rapper, activist, man of many parts, a.k.a. who's just got this rather brilliant book out called Race and Class in the Ruins of Empire or Natives. I think is the main title. Is that right? Is that right? There we go. Trying to give you a pump, a bit of a promo there, but the camera didn't even working. But nonetheless, we know what it's all. We know what it's all about. I believe already.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, it came out last week.
Now, so much to talk about.
Y'all see how dirty they just did that nigga?
Yeah, they didn't even show the book. He just threw the book down.
Yeah, he just but he tried to act like he couldn't get it in front of the camera. This nigga barely held it up for 2 seconds.
He didn't hold it up. He was just looking at it himself.
Right. The camera one couldn't shoot. Like, man, he looking at him, the dude looking at him like, you bitch ass motherfucker. You didn't even hold the book up. Like, you didn't even hold the fuck up. He should have grabbed the book himself and held it up in front of him as the camera as he's talking. Like, all right, nigga, since you can't get it right here. You can talk with me, nigga, with me holding the book up. How about that? They just, man, this bitch ass motherfucker right here.
I was very. Now, so much to.
Wait, hold on. We got. I want to see that.
Carla, who's just got this rather brilliant book by the poet, rapper, activist, man of many parts, a.k.a. who's just got this rather brilliant book out called Race and Class in the Ruins of Empire or Natives. I think is the main title. Is that right? Is that right? There we go. Trying to give you a pump, a bit of a promo there, but the camera didn't even working. But nonetheless, we know what it's all. We know what it's all about. Bestseller, I believe already.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, it came out last week.
Now, so much.
This nigga said the camera doesn't seem to be working. That's what this bitch ass nigga said. Well, how the hell are we sitting up here talking then if the camera ain't working? You full of shit.
To talk about, I was very moved actually by the extract that was, I think, in the Guardian over the weekend, where you talked about when you were being racially abused. I think you were 5 at the time, is that right?
Yeah.
And you came home and started to talk to your mum, and then for the first time you sort of realised that, you know, you had a white mum and you're black, and this sort of had a big impact on your.
Well, I think the idea of racial identity first occurred to me at that point. When you're a kid and you're that young, you're just a child. And I think one of the reasons I recount that incident in there and other incidents, you know, through growing up, getting put in a special needs class for kids who don't speak English, you know, just.
Because you were a bright kid, it's absolutely extraordinary.
Well, no, it isn't actually. It comes back to the larger discussion of the way in which the British education system is very much stratified by class. We are not interested in turning kids in Easterhouse and Glasgow into rocket scientists, into the next Roger Penrose. And so this inevitably produces conflicts with children who are too bright or get ideas above their station. And so I sort of fitted into that narrative. And so I was put in this special needs group, which isn't very uncommon. That we used to have schools for the mentally subnormal. They were then gone into schools for educationally subnormal. There's a lot of good literature on sort of post-war British education that deals with the conflict between, I suppose, the ambitions of incoming migrants to the country with the reality of a very heavily class stratified education system. And that's some of what I try to highlight in the book.
And I mean, I just talked to the education minister, Anne Milton, about the appallingly few sort of black people who are getting into Oxford, but it's not just Oxford, actually. It's not quite as bad at Cambridge, but it's bad, and it's bad at lots of the other top universities. Are they just, what's going wrong?
I mean, I don't know a whole load about the admissions policies of those particular universities, in fairness to them. But there is lots of good literature. So, for example, Bristol and Warwick University did national studies looking at every school in the country a couple of years ago. And again, they looked at how, so if you've got the same grades as other students, what is the likelihood of you getting in for higher tier GCSE when adjusted for race, when adjusted for class? People can read the conclusions. They did what they call blind marking, which is something they do all over the world. How do teachers assess their students' intelligence in the classroom versus their actual test scores? Again, people can read these results. The Department for Education have stuff looking at disproportionate exclusions, etc. So there's lots of good literature out there to suggest that, as I've said before, we have a really heavily class stratified education system.
What do we do about it?
Well, one of the things we could do is have, so we currently have, standardized testing, but we have no standardized criteria for GCSE entrance. Your teacher basically gets to decide how smart they think you are or you're not. What should happen really is GCSE entrance should be based solely on.
So the discrimination, in your view, starts much earlier than the moment people apply to university.
Not in my view. In the empirical
sure, but
data in those studies, I didn't write those studies, which is why I'm quoting them.
And so we rely too much. You're saying we rely too much on the subjective judgment of teachers.
No, I'm saying that the challenge when you have a hierarchical society, the challenge is how you reproduce that and tell yourself that you're not reproducing it. If a kid is particularly bright and he lives in Easter House in Glasgow, he obviously does, or she obviously does not have the same life opportunities as a kid in the south of Kensington.
But in fact, surely the big issue for class is private education.
Of course.
7% of kids get sent to private schools, and yet a massive amount of the top places at university and the top jobs and the establishment go to the kids from those schools. And that's where the class comes from.
And people do not spend tens of thousands of pounds a year to send their kids to Harrow or Eton to expect a kid to get the same quality of education at a state school. Obviously not, otherwise they wouldn't pay for it. And so I think even the policy you were discussing earlier, the apprenticeships policy.
Or these T-levels, yeah.
Essentially, yeah. That is obviously not designed for kids who've gone to Eton and Harrow. So
really quick, I wanted to show you guys, because he's talking about some British shit, but I wanted to show you, if you saw how the Caucasian, and obviously a product of the class system that homeboy talking about right now. If you see how he's trying to marginalize his argument, he's like, "Look, motherfucker, well, no, it's just this. No, motherfucker, it's because you motherfuckers have a system where you keep it's built to keep certain people down and to elevate certain other motherfuckers." And he keep trying to down him, and then finally the dude on the other side, he comes in, but like, yeah, basically it's private education. He's like, yeah, that's the way it is. So he's like, yeah, motherfucker, that's what I'm saying. He's like, look, nigga, don't try to act like nigga y'all, nigga, it's not that. It's because of some other bullshit.
And you notice how he never interrupted that cat either.
Right. Right. That's funny. But I wanted to show y'all that because the dude, because I ran across that, it was just funny how when these Caucasian people get around a brother who's super smart, they don't know how to act. So they try to fuck with you and trip you up and throw false ass arguments at you and shit, what I'm saying, shit that they think that you can't answer to and shit like that. So that's what he's doing. Basically then cutting him off and cutting the argument short and shit like that. Just crazy ass bullshit to try to make him look like he's fucked up. And if you're not really about your wits, you can get caught up in homeboy's jargon, about his bullshit. But homeboy's real smart. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what rapper nigga y'all talking about, but this motherfucker's smart as fuck. I fuck with him on that. He just got brains. But if y'all don't know about his information, I'd suggest y'all look him up. He got some good shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna check his videos out. He looked like
he dropping knowledge, man.
He also a good rapper.
I don't know nothing about that. But I don't like British rappers. I don't like that accent when they rapping.
You can actually understand him. I know what you mean, because some of them be like, I can't understand it.
I can't deal with the rap. I can't deal with the accent. I can't deal with your accent. So we can watch about a couple of minutes of this. I want you guys to actually go in and view this though on your own. This is about DNA. So this lady, the doctor lady who we listened to earlier about the slave trade. So she actually she starts to break down when you do these DNA tests, what you're really being shown and what you should look for and what they can't really tell you. Like these are not, they can't really tell you where you're from. And that's what I was saying. And that's what I was saying. They're only saying that you have certain characteristics in the that are you have certain characteristics that are similar to the people who are in that region now that we've tested. Not that we can tell you that your ancestry goes back to the indigenous people here. They can't tell you that. They're just saying the people here now, you have characteristics that are similar to the people who are here now. So
this is Dr. Tracy McCarthy. This is an ice cream dream video discussion, education session here. And what we're going to be discussing, this is actually a response video, and it's so multidimensional. I'm not going to go into all of the names at this point that this is responding to. All right, so there is a discussion,
also really quick, if y'all look at her, look at this one, because this breaks down the male DNA and how it breaks down and how they track you as you know, because your mitochondria is with mostly these DNA people will trace you back to the motherland and all these different places. But your male DNA, your Y chromosome DNA, a lot of the times will go back to European. And so that's because they were killing off the slaves or raping the slave women. But not only that though, it goes back to that because we were in that region as well. As Moors, we had a world empire. So I would she doesn't touch on that, but she does go into how the different DNA spans and breaks down and spreads. So I would suggest you guys watch that one. But a couple minutes ago.
Layered discussion going on YouTube right now regarding the issue of DNA lineage, looking at biological ancestry, and also looking at considerations related to socio-political identity and ethnicity, which is based upon experience. And also the discussion is talking about phenotype, which relates, of course, to skin color, face and body shape, and hair and eye color, and hair texture. And so what this is related to is there is a YouTuber who apparently is married to someone whose racial classification apparently is ambiguous, and there's been a lot of discussion about this, and there has also been some response. And so the response has included the presentation of DNA evidence to support one contention or the other. And so we're going to go over some clarifications regarding DNA, and we're going to talk about ancestry and heritage, and this all ties into the discussion we've been having about people doing the research to understand who you are and where you came from, and the implications for that on a biological level, on a psychological level, on a legal level, socio-political level, on all of those different levels. So we're going to tackle that, and we're going to go through this very efficiently. So I do want to thank the YouTuber who provided,
all right, girl, come on, man.
So we're not going to use the person's name, but we're going to use this ancestry and this current event, this current YouTube event. All right, let's get rolling here.
Thank you.
So before we go any further, let's just look at this dynamic in terms of world population. And so these are the 20 largest countries by population, and this clock actually, goes. It's not stagnant. And so what you'll notice is,
and it's more than 7.7 billion people on the planet. Y'all know that. They're not counting every person on the planet. As an estimation. They're not counting these tribes and all these different places who don't have a census. Or all the people who live in these populations who aren't legal and don't do census. I never took a census. So I know I'm not included in that shit.
Yeah, they're not including those islanders that killed that Christian missionary last week.
Right. This is some bullshit. But I just want to look at this. Between China and India, That's almost 3 billion people of the 7 billion people on the planet. If them two motherfuckers link up, it'd be hell for the rest of the planet.
That it's a huge population. So we've got 7.7 billion and counting. And when you look, you can see that China and India already have over 1 billion. The United States is far, far behind, but it is up next. And you've got only about 4 African countries, depending on how you are counting African countries. And you've got about 9 to 10 Asiatic countries. You've got 4 countries in the Americas, and interestingly, only 2 to 3, depending on how you're looking at Europe. Now, one of the things that happens, you see you've got 7.7 billion people. And one of the fantasies that people have, and this is not their fault, is that these DNA companies are going out testing all of these people and then providing feedback to people based upon this comparing and contrasting with an individual person's DNA and all of these people in all of these countries all over the world. And they believe when they get this DNA feedback that they have been actually literally matched with essentially all of the people, you know, in the particular country, in the particular geographic locale. Now, one of the things I want you to note, if you've done DNA testing, you've had your DNA tested, one of the things that you'll notice is that the DNA heritage is always going in one direction. It's always from New World people belonging to Old World people in the East. And so that would be Africa, Europe, and Asia. And although people were already on the continent of the Americas, there's never really a tracing for people in the East back to the Americas. So it just looks like everyone in the Americas came from over East, even though the oldest DNA for men has been found here in the Americas. Okay, so said all that to say, one of the things that people think is that their DNA here in the Americas, it came from specifically some group that is somewhere else in the world, as if they are descended from those people who are happening to be wherever they are happening to be at this moment in time. And there is no understanding sometimes of the issue of migration. You can look at the United States right now and see that people migrate all over the place. And so there's never any consideration given to the issue of migration. And when people get their DNA testing, they really misunderstand what is really being stated in those DNA estimates. There's a reason why it says estimate versus certainty. Okay, one of the things I want you to make note of is this picture of people on the screen. And you can see, you know, these people look variously diverse and variously similar. It just depends on what you are looking for in terms of similarity and difference. Some people might be focused on skin color. Some people might be focused on eye shape. Some people might be focused on hair color, texture. But what happens is you're looking at the external and you're looking at superficial things, and you're looking at superficial things based upon what you've been told to understand about similarities and differences in people. What these pictures don't show you is you don't know the depth of anyone's lineage. You really can't just look at this screen and know for certain ethnically who their ancestors are. It doesn't really tell you as much as you might want to know about their culture. And so there is some indicia, however, when you look at the picture, you can get some sort of indicator regarding how many people are perceiving the people on the screen and how the people might perceive themselves. And you might also have some indicia of how the people are treated who are on the screen based upon the way that they appear. And so you might get some idea of how they negotiate the planet. And up on the screen, what you see here is I've separated some of these world maps here. And so what you can see is generally, and they're kind of squished together, unfortunately, but once you get them all on one screen. And so you can basically see Europe primarily the western portion of Europe and touching down into the area of Africa, North Africa. And then it's squished together, but in trying to get everything on here as best as possible, you have the Americas. And so it includes North America, and then you've got South America and the Americas, everything in between there as best as we could possibly do. And then you have a map, a general map of Africa, all of its components, which of course kind of meets up with that European map over on the left-hand side. And so basically what's happening when people are doing these DNA tests, they are believing that when they get the results, that when you look at these maps, they are believing that these DNA tests are actually telling them that they came from the people that are located in all of these little color spaces on these maps. And they are being led to believe that this is their ethnicity. They are being led to believe that these are actually their ancestors. They are being led to believe that this is basically their family, their clan, their tribe. What you'll notice, however, when you look at the DNA testing, it does not say that. It does not tell you that you came from these particular people. What it tells you is that your DNA, there are little pieces of your DNA that are somehow related to, similar to, little pieces of DNA in some discrete people that they purportedly tested that currently reside in those areas. Now we're going to use Western Africa as a great example. And if you've seen the video on the Akan, this will tie right on in there, and you'll be able to see more clearly exactly what we're talking about here. Now, based upon Akan oral tradition and some other markers in terms of what's known as the Bantu language expansion, there is the belief that the people in West Africa came from the East, and came from the East and the North. And so to test someone and tell them that their DNA is DNA from some part of West Africa is telling them absolutely nothing. Because the people who are in West Africa did not start off in West Africa. And so it's not really giving them a clear picture. It's not giving them the truth about who they actually are. It's not giving them the truth about who their ancestors are. What it's telling them basically is that there's some remote ancestor way, way, way back somewhere that somehow is the old ancestor of a bunch of people, and they fit under that umbrella with that bunch of people. And these bunch of people, particularly when you're talking about Africa, these bunch of people are basically all over the entire continent. And in fact, when you really look at DNA and how it goes down in terms of ancestry, basically related to everyone on the planet, ultimately.
So you guys can watch the rest of that. Is pretty good, how she gets into the actual breakdowns of the percentages and where they come from. The reason I was showing you that is because right now, when we just read the law and it said you have the right to self-determination, right? So you can, right now, because of that law, and DNA testing is so new and there are no laws written for it yet regarding it, how you can use it to establish identity, you can take something like this right here, where it says this person is 67% Native American or whatever, even if it came down here and said 1%, if you had that in your DNA test, you can now use that as another bullet when you're reestablishing your status and the rights in your rights to the land and enforcing all those treaties that we were just looking at. So you don't need to, because they've already told you internationally as well as nationally that self-determination is the key to these damn laws. That's why they were that's why they were number 1, 2, and 3 on one of them, and 1 and 2 on the other. So then you need to tell us who you are. That is one key to life, though. I can't come to you and tell you who you are, nigga. Who are you? Like, nigga, who is you? How many times you just said that, nigga? Who this? When you answer them, hey, who this? You gotta tell a nigga who you are. You can't leave it to them. Then if you leave it up to them to tell you, then they're gonna tell you. They gonna say who whatever makes them comfortable, whatever puts you in the right spot for them to go to do great in life. So you can take this and use it. Now, how she was saying, she's right. It doesn't tell you what tribe, not tribe, but what nation you're from or what your clan is. Clan is bloodline. Also, race is also bloodline, your family bloodline. That's really what race means, your family bloodline. So it doesn't tell you that. But if you can tie yourself back to the land and do it with DNA like this, that's a great thing. You don't have to. All you need to do is understand the law and just and declare yourself under that status. But you have to know the law to be able to do it. But you can't do it. They just told you this is your land and you got the right to self-determination. And nigga, tell me who you are and I'll give you your shit.
Yeah, because with that DNA testing, when you sign the contract or whatever, don't you basically give the company the right to do whatever they want to do with your sample after they give you your results?
Yep. But not if you, I mean, you do, but you can fill it out. You can sign it all rights reserved. You can sign that thing all rights reserved, and then you can either, once you sign it all rights reserved, you can institute litigation and all that, or whatever comes about because of it. If something were to go down because of it, you always have a remedy when you reserve your rights in the contract. So now that may not stop them from taking that and then sending it out to a lab somewhere in fucking Brazil, in the forest in Brazil, and creating a fucking 18 Joshuas, 18 super Joshuas, nigga. With
right.
You know what I'm saying? 8 feet tall and can jump fucking 20 feet high and shit. But that ain't gonna stop them from doing that. However, they're probably doing that anyway. Your DNA is, excuse me. Damn, fucking fly this thing. But your DNA is everywhere, man. If they wanted your DNA, they can easily get it.
Yeah, that is true.
They don't need you to send it into them. So, but you just wanted to be legally. You want to be legally set and be able to have remedies because of that. If they try to take your DNA and create some type of vaccine off of your shit because your cells are like Henrietta Lacks, and then you can't make no money. Oh no, nigga. Hey, whose DNA was that you made that shit off of, nigga? That was a little bit of Cam mixed with a little orange juice. Oh yeah, I want my cut, nigga. So that's why you lock your shit up legally. You can be able to go back like that. Like Henrietta Lacks' family, if you've seen that documentary or the movie on it, they broke as fuck. They ain't get no money.
Yeah, they try to sue for it too.
Damn near every remedy that's in the cabinets of in America, in the world, is made off of her cells. So, that's why you want to lock that shit up. But all right, y'all, I'm hungry as hell. About to get on out of here. Was there anything about your status that you guys need to know before, because you guys need to be working on that. I'm very serious about it. I'm not showing these status classes. A lot of these status classes may be tedious, and you have to sit and really focus on the information, but I'm doing it because you got to have it. You gotta start, tuning yourself for this information. We're all we're all tuners, but you got to start tuning yourself to pull this information in, this frequency in, or else you'll never get out of your shit. And trust me, you want to get out of your shit now. This is the time. The universe is not bringing this information in front of you just because. It doesn't happen that way. If you use it, it's bringing it to you because if you're that person, you're diligent, you can use it to really uplift your shit. But if not, you can't say, well, I didn't know about that. When the shit really goes down, you can be like, oh, damn, nigga, I didn't know that shit. Oh, damn, nigga, I should have did that. Damn. Yep. You sure should have.
Yeah, I got a it's not really a question, but it's kind of more like your opinion. So, huh?
What's up?
Oh yeah, okay. So you know how you're proving through legal documents and all that when nigga come into their right status as Aboriginal, that Caucasians are supposed to help us create back our government if we wanted them to help us. In all reality, even though it's under the law, are they actually gonna do that? Like,
yeah, if you go back to them in the right way, they have to do it. Nigga, they have to do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Y'all, when you don't know the law, you think the law don't work. Just like if I didn't know about some medicine, nigga, that shit don't work.
but I just fathom because it's like if you know you're gonna die anyways, and you got niggas who are coming back talking about I want my stuff back, rightfully so, under lawfully and all that, and you're a Caucasian, you one of the elites, and you got access to grade A weapons and aliens and what you have it, you just gonna sit there and go under the law when you already you kind of
But dude, this whole world is built off laws, man. The whole universe is built off laws, and they understand that, and you can't just
but what I'm saying is I'm sure some of them know that we gonna die anyways. So why do I have to follow this rules if whatever I'm gonna do right now isn't gonna really matter for me and my people? You understand what I'm saying?
No. What do you mean?
Okay. So if you're elite Caucasian, right,
Uh-huh.
and you have access to pretty much the whole damn world, and you know that your people's time is limited, why does the law matter if you're gonna die anyways? You might as well take out the niggas and when you die, let them figure it out on their own instead of helping them. You don't think some of them are gonna do that, or they're just gonna follow the law?
No, I mean that's first of all, nothing is imminent, but that's according to the data. They got about 300 years left. Now that's again, that's not solidified, nigga. There's nothing solidified in the universe. But right now, how you have things going, there's law and order around in the world, and you can't and you can't have once you set up, this is why they create law, because the things that they do are within the law. They just know you don't go look at the law to know what they're doing, because so then you'll sit up here and say these niggas was fucked up, but no, they'll be doing shit according to the law. Now, do they bend the law and go around it sometimes? Yeah, it's their system. They're allowed to do it, but do they deny the law? They don't deny the law once you come in with full law. Like once you come in with bulletproof shit I mean, other than the fact that they'll take your ass out to the backwoods and try to shoot you or or some shit like that, which is not happening these days. Nigga, this is not 1920. So you can go in there and you can understand the law. You can get your shit back. There's people doing it every day. There's people doing it every single day. You just don't hear about it. Now the thing is, you can get your law. Are you going to be, what I'm saying, you're going to be shouting this from the rooftops, and or are you just going to be quietly going about uplifting your people? You know what I'm saying? Just doing your thing. Now that's what they look for. Are you going to be out there, fuck America? America's fucked up. Now, if you're doing that and you ruffling feathers, they might shoot your ass. They might shoot you. But if you just uplifting your people on the low, just like the universal law, like a seed, you planting the seed and you letting the seed grow, and grow to its fruition like it should be through naturally, nigga, there's nothing they can do. Nigga, change is inevitable. It's imminent. Change is imminent. That's why you'll see, like I said, you see the mixing of the couples now a lot more in TV. It's everywhere. I mean, I'm seeing it all the time. Every time I see a damn commercial, I see a mixed race couple all the time. So they know their time is coming and they don't want to die out. So when you're saying that they're going to completely die out, they're not. They're going to tie in. They're going to tie into the vine. They're going to do what they do. Same thing they've been doing. Like, what's the dude? George Bush. So Jeb Bush, his wife is Hispanic. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And then he's got another one of the Bushes.
It's Cuban. He's with Cuban, right?
Go, Cuban. There you go. And then they got a nephew. He's supposed to be in politics soon because they put him out there a few years ago as one of the Bushes. This is when they were introducing that they were, that they were going dark. That the family was going dark. They put the Cuban nephew out on TV when they were campaigning. And I'm like, oh shit, look at this. And he's explaining how he's proud to be a Bush and this and that. And I'm like, there they go. Dude, when they putting it out there like that, that's it. So, man, what you're talking about, them not honoring the law and this and that, and dude, it's not like that. You just don't know the law, so you don't know how not perfect, but the force that the law has. Everything works off a law. You learn universal law. They know that too. So the people who set this whole system up understand that there's universal law, there's mundane law, all of that. Everything is law. Once you learn it, though, you'll understand. Then you'll be like, oh, nigga, this is some ill shit. But because you're in a place where you don't know, you just don't know. Just like Zoe has been ignorant of the law for 20 years. I've been trying to teach this to him for 20 years. So
And he don't know the law?
He don't know shit about the law.
Oh shit. Hasn't he known you for 20 years?
Yep. And I've told this nigga the law, and I've been trying to break it down to him. And he's brought me other people to learn the law, his cousins and shit, and all his friends. They'll bring him to my house to learn the law, but not him.
He's like, here, I won't learn it, but I got some people.
Like, where you going, nigga? How come you ain't over here, nigga? So, but again, because he doesn't know the law, he'll still question the law all the time. Like, I don't believe these white niggas gonna do nothing. Like, nigga, that's because you don't really understand shit, nigga. Like, nigga, once you have them cornered with the law, there's nothing they can do. And there's people who do that every day, but they do their research and their due diligence to corner these niggas to where they have no out. You can't do anything. Like, nigga, there's nothing left for you to do, nigga. You got to give me remedy, nigga. Period. So, again, once you learn the law, you'll know that, but only until then.
Kev, I got one question.
Yo.
Like the knowledge that you're giving, is it so like just in case if you're in trouble, like you know the law how to get out of it, or is it to like you were saying, like get your own government to get your land back and things of that nature, like, or is it all?
Once you know the law, you can do. Once you know the law, you can do everything. But I teach both. I teach you the law. The status law is just to get your status back, and it's not. I don't like to think of it as about getting you out of trouble, because if you get in trouble, that's karmically you must have deserved it. But for them to try to put some false shit on you, yeah, it'll help you to understand the law to where you don't get false statuses or false claims placed against you because they have no force against you because you're the indigenous person on the land. So basically, what I teach you is how to challenge their jurisdiction. And because they don't have any jurisdiction over you, they have to prove it. You put the ball in their court to prove jurisdiction. And before anything can happen in law, this is of their own law, nothing, as one of the case states, no court can assume jurisdiction. It must be proven. So once you challenge it, they have to prove it. Otherwise, they have to dismiss the case. This is what most people don't understand. When you go in and arguing, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I didn't do this. As you arguing, you talking too damn much. Just say, hey, nigga, you ain't got no jurisdiction over me because I'm aboriginal to the land and blah, 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 and the Constitution says this, and boom, 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 and now nigga prove it. I'm gonna stay quiet. And they can't. I don't got no contracts with you. You're a corporation. I got no contracts. I'm aboriginal. The Constitution says this. I'm giving nigga this 100 bullets at your ass, nigga. Dodge all of them.
Hey, I got another question. So, like I said, I don't know the laws. I don't know what powers and stuff that you can do. But when you do come into your correct status, not obviously individually, but as sovereign people, I guess you would say a nation. Is it possible to kick people that ain't Aboriginal out? Or, like, for example, Caucasians, do they have to stay here?
You say, do they have to stay here?
So let's say enough of Aboriginals come into the right status and they create their own government, right? Do they have the power to, since it's, they're Aboriginal to the land, do they have the right to, since America is just a corporation, right? Do they have the power to get rid of America? Or America is still its own separate thing?
If you could challenge them as a corporation, everybody's a corporation. You wouldn't win that because who you gonna go plead that to? You would have to go internationally, but everything internationally is a corporation. The UN is a corporation. So who you gonna go plead to? That the government is a corporation. All you want to do is try to reestablish some shit. That's what I'm saying. You got to understand your position, man. You can't be trying to do crazy ass shit, what most of these niggas is trying to do. You know what I'm saying? You need to just get a foot in the door. You need a foothold somewhere. You don't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, and niggas trying to talk about, nigga, this is my whole kingdom, nigga. I'm every inch of America. Like, nigga, you ain't got 2 blades of grass, motherfucker. But all this is your kingdom. Worry about getting a goddamn lawn first, and then expanding that. That's how shit is done. This is how they defeat niggas, because niggas got grandiose ideas, but no idea how to implement them in small degree. You gotta keep focused. Yo, oh shit, yo.
And plus, a lot of their stuff is, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of their stuff is in trust, so it'll be hard to, you can't really kick people out when a lot of the things that they have are in trust. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, we gave them the right to be here.
Yeah, so you can't really get rid of people no more.
We got treaties with them. So just like they gotta honor the treaty, so do you.
So there's never gonna. That's what I was trying to say. There's never gonna be a world where or a place where you don't have them. But I guess what you're saying is that you need to start establish your own, and that's what you're trying to do with this. But that's one reason why I said it. 'Cause I'm gonna say if you understand trust, you can't break people's. That's a contract, and the only thing they'll say is I don't own it. I control it. So I'm not the owner of it.
Yeah, but they but yeah, we got treaties with them, man. So just like we're asking them to honor the treaty, and we got to do the same thing. If we told them they can be here, they can be here. That's what a treaty is. That's what it is.
Shit. Sound like I need to go.
Huh?
That sound like I need to go back to Africa or some shit.
But this is the land of resources. Really, this is, like I said, they're trying to rape the land of all the resources. They're trying to get it all out and then crash the system. But we got to start. That's why you got to start reacquiring land and stop trying to come back and I want the whole nation back. Nigga, just get a lot and then get 2 lots and 3 lots. And then let's start adding on to that like that. That's how you inch by inch. Then you'll have your shit back. But you got to do it you can't do it by being black or African American or none of that shit. You got to be Aboriginal. Aboriginal Amarukan.
Okay, we submit our paperwork to become Aboriginal, or is this something that we just claim?
No, you got to sever your contract. You're under contract right now. So you got to sever, you got to break all those contracts. That's what I'm trying to tell you when you're saying, what if they, they ain't gonna do this, they ain't gonna do that. Most of the time, when they're doing stuff to you and you say, oh, they're not honoring the law, they're honoring the ultimate law. You're under contract with them. You're a piece of property. They can do what the fuck they want. And that's of your consent. So you act like the universe is supposed to get back at these niggas for shit, but they've set the system up to where you voluntarily given over your rights to them. They own you for privileges and immunities. It says that, especially if you're a 14th Amendment citizen. So you can't go back crying to these niggas. You gotta sever those contracts. Like, look, nigga, I'm not fucking with you no more. On that level, I'll fuck with you peer to peer. But nigga, I'm not your piece of I'm not your pawn no more, nigga. You can't I'm not your lackey no more, motherfucker. You can't send me to the store for some groceries, nigga. So it has to get to that point. Then you can start dealing with them on a peer-to-peer basis. But as long as you got a contract with them to be subjugated, you can't do anything. Sorry. That's how it is. But that's why, I don't teach. I teach status. I mean, I teach, about history and Morse and all that stuff. But my stuff is more about contract law, how to sever contracts, because everything is a corporation. That's what you need to learn. Everybody trying to learn this old world bullshit. Like, nigga, you need to learn contracts. Everything about contract that there is. Because if corporations run off contracts, then you need to be the master of contracts in order to defeat these niggas. That makes sense? No? Yes, no. But deal next.
Yeah. it makes sense to a certain degree, yeah.
To a certain degree? To a certain degree? You don't think you need to master contracts if you enslaved by it?
Well, yeah.
All right, then. To a certain degree, to every degree, nigga.
Touche. Touche.
I feel you, but it seems like a lot of information. It's like I'm thinking in my mind that I gotta type up like this 20-page, document and gotta send it into the court system, to kind of sever my contract. It just sounds like a lot,
No. You can do that. I teach you how to write your own document, but if you don't want to, I got documents I can sell to you. You can do it. You can just fill them out and send them in. Documents I didn't give them. I held on to these documents for 15 years. I was the only one who sent them in. I'm still the only one who sent them in. No one else has sent these documents in besides me. Well, Zoe's cousin, he stole them and sent them in. So me and Zoe's cousin, nigga jacked me. But other than that, but yeah. So we sent these documents. They're the ultimate document to sever you from everything, but also it lets you keep one foot in the system and contract with them at the same time without being obligated to them. That's what my documents do. Severs the contract, but allows you to contract on your own terms. So most of these cats don't know how to do. They're not doing that because they don't teach. They're not teaching contract law.
Yeah, most of them are trying to do a complete sever from the system, and then you get into a whole bunch of trouble.
But you don't need to do that, as we just learned earlier in the class. I read the Scotosh. The experience. How Scotosh was like, "Hey, nigga, my dad want to holler at you.
Right.
Hey, nigga, tell my father I said this. Like, tell pops I said good looking out on the word about the Detroit niggas. Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm gonna chip you off on your way to New York. Good looking out, and holler at me later, nigga." That's how that was. But you definitely need to get your status back. Like I said though, the documents I have, you know, I wrote them for anybody. I didn't write them just for me. The universe was sending this information through and saying, look, you need to write them for anyone to be able to fill them out. So that's how I created them for anybody who wanted to be able to get them. But, you know, I also teach you, you know, when you learn the status class, or when you look at the status classes, I'm teaching you to be able to write your own. So you can either do or. You can write your own, or you can get the ones I got.
Hey, could somebody write their own and then have you look at it and make sure it's okay? I mean, not okay, but ask for your opinion? Nope. Okay. No, I
He
just
said nope. He said it before you finished. He said
you
nope.
didn't even let me finish.
No, it's bullshit. But yeah, no, it's
kind of rude, man.
It's not one. It's 4 documents. It's 4 different documents. It's not one paper. It's 4 different papers that I've written that you got to sever your contracts with. So 4 different documents.
Hey, one more.
Yo.
Yeah. No, go ahead, man. You were saying something.
No, I'm just saying 4 different documents, all doing different things to free you from different aspects, but they all add up to the severing of your contracts. All right, say what you're gonna say, because I gotta go to the store, nigga. I'm hungry.
No, I know. I'm gonna let you go, man. Look, I'm gonna let you go, bro.
Go ahead.
No, the only thing I was gonna say is out of all these people, because you know when you watch those videos with you, so you mean to tell me, to your knowledge, none of these people has actually submitted paperwork that been doing your classes.
No, because
they're all
unless they made their own. I mean, they could have made their own, but nobody from the classes. So not everybody from the classes was able to finish all of the classes. So you know what I mean. They have some of the information, so you would have to go do a lot of it on your own. So nobody. Only a few people have purchased the documents from me, but they haven't filled them out yet because I'm filling them out with them. So that's how it is. So when you get the documents, I help you fill the documents out, and then you send them in. So, but they purchased the documents, but they're studying because I don't even want to sell you documents unless I know you've been studying for a certain amount of time.
Which makes sense.
Because you can take these documents and go fuck up shit. So they got them and they're just studying and waiting to submit them. But so that's how I do it. I fill them out with you before you.
So how long does it take to fill out the documents?
I don't know, about an hour or so.
If you was rich, like let's say I was about to say LeBron, let's say Kobe or something, and you wanted your status correct, couldn't you just hire somebody to do that for you, or do you still need to know the law?
No, you need to know the law. The documents don't free you. The law frees you. That's why I tell you need to learn. If somebody pissed on these documents right now, every document I got, I can walk into court and speak this shit. I don't need these documents. These documents just so I don't gotta run my mouth. I ain't gotta sit there and run my mouth. But shit, believe if I had to go to court or something like that, I can reproduce these documents. That's it. If you can't reproduce the knowledge, then you don't own it. It's not yours.
Remember the video that we saw a week or 2 ago with the dude that taped the session that went on actually in the court?
Yeah.
You have to know that. Otherwise, when they trip you up, then you're done.
Right.
But that's what I thought a lawyer. That's what I thought. Well, rich people, because we can't afford no damn lawyer. I know I can't, but that's what I thought lawyers were supposed to do.
No,
lawyers don't know this stuff. You're
gonna
find 2 things.
Any of this.
Yeah, lawyers don't know it, and 2, if you got a lawyer, you've already submitted yourself to their jurisdiction, so you're already done.
You know how many lawyers I've broken off with this information? They were like, damn, I didn't know that. Like, damn, really, for real, nigga? Oh, well, let me see that. Let me show them. Damn, I didn't know that. Man, they don't teach this stuff to lawyers, man. And they would.
Yeah, I hired a lawyer before. They pretty much working with the system. Like,
well, a lawyer is an officer of the court. Their first
right
duty is bound to the court.
Yeah.
They can't help you.
waste the money. I want my money back.
That's what most people don't know. Nigga, like the officer's first duty is to the court.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not to you. This nigga's an officer of the court. He bound to the court. So whatever the court, whatever in the court's best interest. So that's why you need sovereignty is in the mind, man. You can't skate around it. You nigga trying to find you trying to find the easy way out of it, and it ain't. That's why we were gods. That's why everybody wasn't able to be a Naga. It's only the super elite niggas of those people were able to do that.
That's what Taj Tariq Bey was talking about.
That's the whole point about it. If everybody was able to do it, it wouldn't be special.
Yeah,
because he was talking about.
Please,
my bad.
Please don't start talking again, y'all. I gotta go eat.
All right, man. Bye.
I gotta let y'all in a minute. Nigga, don't.
No, hey, look, that was towards the air. He talking to me because he's like, oh, this nigga about to start talking. All right, nigga.
I'm about to end the damn.
All right, nigga, forget it, bro.
All right, be easy.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all in a minute.
All right, ghost.